Good afternoon. Can I ask members to take their seats, please?
Non, non, je sais. Moi, ils n'ont jamais. Je ne sais pas comment ils font. Moi, je sais pas. Ils m'ont demandé des comptes. Non, qu'est-ce que vous dites? Moi, c'est clair que ce.
We can. Just been. We open. Can I remind members that it is a legal requirement for everyone here to wear a mask, and I shall put mine on, even when taking the floor. The next item on the agenda is the continuation of the debate on the progress report of the Bureau and Standing Committee, that is document 15375 and addenda 1 and 2. I remind members that speaking time in this debate will be limited to 3 minutes. The debate must conclude at 4:20, so I propose to interrupt the list of speakers at about 4:15. And first we will hear from the spokespersons for the political groups. And first of all, I call Petra Bayer.
Ja, herzlichen Dank, Herr Vorsitzender. Ich mag was Ungewöhnliches machen. Ich mag den Fortschrittsbericht dafür verwenden, nicht über Inhalte zu sprechen, sondern über die andere Seite der Medaille von Politik, nämlich über unsere Arbeitsweise und wie wir hier in der Versammlung miteinander arbeiten, wie wir versuchen, auch Sichtbarkeit zu erzeugen und Impact für unsere Politik zu erzeugen. Und ich mag als Beispiel, weil das auch im Progress Report erwähnt ist, die Juni-Session hernehmen, wo wir dieses High-Level-Panel on the Istanbul Convention 10 Years On gehabt haben und dem Raum gegeben haben, viel Raum für eine Diskussion, die viele Menschen bewegt, weil wir wissen, dass in Europa zwischen 1 von 3 Frauen und 5 von 3 Frauen, je nach Land, selbst von geschlechtsbasierter Gewalt betroffen ist, selbst von häuslicher Gewalt betroffen ist. Und darum denke ich mir, es ist wichtig, solche Slots zu haben, solche Spotlights zu haben, wo wir ganz konkret in einem größeren Ausmaß auf solche wichtigen Themen, die die Menschen bewegen, eingehen. Und es hat sich auch gezeigt, dass wir einen Impact hatten. Nicht nur, dass Liechtenstein mittlerweile die Konvention ratifiziert haben, auch Mexiko, Tunesien diskutieren über die Ratifizierung und in anderen Ländern wie etwa Großbritannien oder der Ukraine hat die Diskussion auch ein gewisses Momentum erzeugt und die Diskussion wieder befacht. Und ich hoffe, dass wir auch noch in mehr Mitgliedsländern dazu bald was arbeiten können. Gewalt kann man aber natürlich nicht mit einem einzigen Event abschaffen. Dazu braucht es einen langen Atem, dazu braucht es natürlich viel, viel mehr. Und darum ist es auch so unglaublich wichtig, dass wir die Rolle der Generalberichterstatterinnen und Generalberichterstatter haben, weil die wirklich die Möglichkeit haben, lange Zeit zu einem Thema zu arbeiten, Bewusstsein zu schaffen, Themen ein Gesicht zu geben und auch Menschen einzubeziehen. In diesem Zusammenhang bin ich sehr dankbar der Generalsekretärin der Versammlung, dass sie ein ein Schreiben, also eine Idee vorgelegt hat, wie denn die Rolle der Generalberichterstatterinnen und Generalberichterstatter auch in Zukunft weiterentwickelt werden könnte, dass wir zum Beispiel regelmäßig darauf schauen, macht denn das noch Sinn, ist das Thema noch wichtig, ist das Thema noch genau so wie am Anfang, wie wir ein Thema begonnen haben zu behandeln. Und ich kann nur jetzt für den Equality-Ausschuss sagen, wo wir 3 Generalberichterstatterinnen haben, die alle sehr aktiv sind, dass wir auch in 2 Fällen, und das halte ich für sehr wichtig, eine Anbindung zu einem parlamentarischen institutionellen Netzwerk haben, nämlich einmal dem Parliamentary Network Women Free from Violence und das andere Mal die No Hate Parliamentary Alliance. Wir haben in der Pandemie dazu Webinare gemacht und ich glaube, es ist uns gelungen, da eine große Anzahl von Leuten außerhalb zu erreichen. Und ich glaube, genau das ist auch das, was wichtig ist, Menschen zu erklären, wie unsere Arbeit funktioniert. Und ich möchte anregen, weil wir morgen uns mit dem Umweltthema beschäftigen, das auch sehr viele Menschen bewegt, auch zu überlegen, ob wir nicht einen generellen Rapporteur oder Rapporteuse für Umweltthemen einführen sollten. Danke sehr.
Thank you very much, Petra Bayer. The next speaker is Maria Mezyentseva. Good, thank you. The floor is yours.
Thank you, colleagues. I would like to begin my speech by thanking the PACE Secretariat for once again organizing the PACE session, such great representation. And today we're discussing very important issues of elections in the national parliaments and to ECHR. So Armenia's early parliamentary elections were competitive and well managed within a short time frame. However, they were characterized, as said in the report, by intense polarization and marred by increasing inflammatory language from key contestants. The PACE delegation concluded that the electoral legal framework in general is comprehensive, but some shortcomings still remain. In some cases, there were pressure on workers in both the private and public sector, while allegations of vote buying and misuse of the state resources continue throughout the campaigns. However, despite the fact that women candidates were included in the party list, the visibility during the campaign was markedly low. However, we have a great presentation of women from Armenian delegation in the PACE. For instance, on the 6th of September, the Bureau approved the report on the ad hoc committee on Moldova's early parliamentary elections observation. The Assembly election observation delegation concluded that Moldova early parliamentary elections were well managed amidst an improved legal framework, and voters were offered a wide choice of alternatives. But concerns over the impartiality of the election authorities undermined the trust, while inadequate campaign finances rules, which left the potential breaches unaddressed. The Assembly Observation Legal delegation conducted also the Bulgarian parliamentary elections on the 4th of April 2021. They were competitively and officially done, despite the COVID pandemic, and the fundamental freedoms were respected. However, the long-standing Venice Commission and ODIHR recommendations to bring it in line with international standards and good practices remain unaddressed. These mainly relate to the voting by prisoners, candidate nominations, elected day voters registration, campaign finance reporting, campaigning itself, conditions and consistent criteria for establishing out of the country polling stations. Of course, we cannot leave out the issue of the future discussion for the ECHR judges. We have 4 countries being addressed: Ukraine, the Russian Federation, Czech Republic, and Moldova. 3 of them were approved. Unfortunately, Ukraine list was recommended for rejection. We will see it further for the discussion. But the issue of the implementation of the ECHR decisions is one of the main obligations of the member states. So we should aim for maintaining the high profile of ECHR. Thank you, colleagues.
Thank you very much. The next speaker is Julian Boulay. This floor is yours.
To start by thanking Jacques Mayer, ALDE Group Chair, thank you so much for your report, and also thank Rick Dams for keeping the Assembly alive and relevant. in the name of ALDE Group, we affirm that we are very supportive of the idea that environment should be part of human rights, and we count on Wednesday's debate to give an impulse to our national governments to support this move demanded by citizens all over Europe and start a real conversation on this topic. ALDE has established a working group to reflect how we can better link human rights and environment, and we will hear their report this week. Regarding the report on the elections in Russia, it is important that PACE was present on the ground, but COVID pandemic cannot become a pretext for countries to make meaningful international observation virtually impossible, since this will only increase mistrust in free elections and the voting process itself. Also, on the Eastern Front, ALDE is extremely preoccupied with the escalation of the crackdown against civil society in Belarus. And as a personal note, I'm very happy that Maria Kolesnikova won this year's Václav Havel's Human Rights Prize. The former Václav Havel Prize laureate from this country, Ales Bialyatsky, is again in detention facing Trump charges alongside more than 670 other political prisoners. Our organization's own partners who have taken part in our meetings as experts or witnesses over many years have also suffered from repression, and they risk heavy jail terms. We cannot forget these people. We cannot leave them behind. While cooperation with Belarusian civil society remains an indispensable tool for the Council of Europe and should be fully supported, we also have an obligation to back our partner when they face politically motivated repression. It is the mission of this Assembly to find the best, the most appropriate tools to make this support truly effective in preventing the abuse against our partners. It is more and more obvious that the COVID-19 pandemic is not only a health, economic and social challenge, but also a threat to democracy and human rights in certain countries on our continent. We in ALDE have a deep belief that this Assembly has an important role to play in safeguarding these European values, but we are not here only as a shield against illiberalism. We are here to represent our communities on the hard path ahead of all of us in the light of the changes brought by this pandemic. Since we are back here, let's make sure we continue our work with no more interruptions. Thank you.
Mr. Zsolt Nemeth is here.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much for the floor. First of all, I would like to congratulate also to Mrs. Kolesnikova for being nominated and given the Václav Havel Prize of the Council of Europe. And we hope that she is going to get free along with the other 600 political prisoners of Belarus soon. Secondly, dear colleagues, I would like to draw your attention to the issue of Afghanistan. We will have an urgent debate on the subject. It is needed. We all know that the withdrawal agreement, the so-called Doha agreement, implementation is just happening, taking place, and it signals a new world order. We do agree with the very fact that it had to happen. However, the form of the realization is a major failure, and Western humiliation. It is a kind of disaster, and we all know the level of incompetence which has resulted all these, which has been very much underlined by the grave terror attack, where over 200 victims have been identified until now. We need to express our condolences and to draw the importance to be aware of terrorism in the coming years as well in case of Afghanistan. And we need to draw the conclusion also that we have to establish an operational engagement with the Taliban in the future, and to have a regional humanitarian strategy where the Council of Europe, I'm sure, can find its role, and which may be a decisive role. And thirdly, I would like to welcome the Green Week that we are just having. It is a priority of the Hungarian presidency, as you all know, and the historical challenge to turn our economies green and digital is just in front of us. The high-level panel, which we are going to see Wednesday, is now a new model in the Council of Europe. I would like to congratulate our chairman, and I'm very glad that the Hungarian president, who is very active in the field of green protection, water summits have been organized by him, are going to be our guest, and I believe that the feasibility study concerning the additional protocol to the European Convention on Human Rights to Environment is going to signal the third wave of binding human rights after political and social rights. The challenge is international, and the solution should also be international. Thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you. And Tini Cox.
Thank you very much, Mr. President, and let me also, on behalf of the group of the Unified European Left, pay my compliments to the prize winner of our Václav Havel Human Rights Prize, Madam Maria Kolesnikova, and let us all support a call for her immediate release from the Belarusian prison. As I often said, politicians do not belong in prisons, they belong in the public sphere and they belong in parliaments. Let's hope that the prize that we have rewarded her is in support to that idea, and I wish the people of Belarus well. Let me then thank the rapporteur for his report and his remarks, and may I say that I share his compliments about the way how our president has taken the lead in these challenging times to overcome problems. He managed that very well. The Presidential Committee worked in good cooperation with President Dams, and I hope he will continue in this way in the coming months. And I support the President's call to take the lead in protecting and promoting rule of law, human rights and democracy, as this organization was created exactly for this, in order to create greater unity in the whole of Europe. Quoting Shakespeare was well said, to be or not to be, to lead or not to lead, that is the question. And the good news is, I think that in April of this year, this Assembly adopted by a large majority my opinion on the strategic priorities of the Council of Europe for the future. By doing so, this Assembly showed that we are able and willing to play our role in leading this organization. We agreed that we should and could do this in close cooperation with the Committee of Ministers and the Secretary General. And the good news is, Mr. President, that a week ago we received as an Assembly a positive reaction of the Committee of Ministers on our then adopted recommendation with regard to the strategic priorities, in which the Committee of Ministers recognized the important role of the Assembly in supporting of democracy and taking the lead in and taking political initiatives. I think that's good news, and that shows that in the future we can cooperate in synergy with the Committee of Ministers and the Secretary General. Then I want to thank the Committee of Ministers for this answer to our recommendation. And finally, I want to thank all the colleagues who have been involved in election observation missions. It was mentioned by several colleagues how important work that is. We went to Armenia, we went to Bulgaria, Moldavia, we went to Russia, and all our colleagues did there under challenging circumstances a great job. Election observation is one of the key issues, I think, for this Assembly, and I hope that we will continue that in the future. So once again, thanks to all the colleagues who are involved in that. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Tini. That brings us to the end of the speakers on behalf of political groups, and I will now move on to the list of speakers from the floor. And the first of those is Alexander Marechko.
Term progress report implies we expect some progress to be achieved in our activities in the field of human rights. The fact is that there has been no progress. On the contrary, the situation with human rights has considerably deteriorated, especially in Russia and in the occupied by Russia territories. As an act of brutal revenge against holding the Crimean platform in Ukraine, Russian occupation authorities had arrested a number of Crimean Tatars and activists in Crimea, including deputy head of Mejlis Nariman Jelalov. Some of the arrested persons were subjected to tortures by the Russian FSB. Regrettably, there have been no serious reaction against these gross violations of human rights which would stop Russia. As for Russia itself, it hopes that we will get tired of paying attention to Russia's constant and endless provocations and violations of human rights, and at some point we will quit. But we shouldn't get tired, and we have no moral right to quit. On the contrary, we should redouble our efforts aimed at protecting Crimean Tatars in the occupied territories. As for Russia, it openly states that it has absolutely no intention to implement the PACE's resolutions on the situation in Crimea. Instead, it is using its massive propaganda machine to create artificial illusion of prosperity in the Crimea. I also would like to mention the case of Alexei Navalny. Again, Russia ignores the decision of the European Court of Human Rights and documents of the PACE in this regard. It wants this case to be forgotten. Dear colleagues, Russia, which has recently conducted elections, which was just a mockery in the occupied territories of Ukraine, using citizens of Ukraine living in the occupied territories. This is a new Russian crime, and Russia is very creative in such kind of crimes. The truth is that Russia's behavior is totally incompatible with the values and principles on which our organization is based. The conclusion is simple. Russia should be expelled from the Council of Europe. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And the next speaker is Laima Andrikiene. Is she here?
Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you.
Thank you. Election observation is one of many tools we have at our disposal. So today I would like to speak briefly on elections in Russia and in Moldova. So-called Russia Duma elections were neither free nor fair. A further hardening of the law on extremist organizations, foreign agents, and undesirable organizations reinforced a systematic crackdown on democracy, human rights, and fundamental freedoms, and independent media as well. All this further limited political pluralism in Russia to the advantage of the ruling party and prevented members of the independent political opposition from participating in the elections. It is regrettable that ODIHR, OSCE, and the OSCE Parliamentary Assembly were prevented from observing the elections. Same applies to PACE. Our mission was election assessment mission. The OSCE Office for Democratic Institutions and Human Rights refused to establish an observation mission because of the limited number of election observers allowed. Moreover, the holding of elections in the Crimean Peninsula, as well as holding elections in the so-called LNR in Luhansk or DNR in Donetsk, are grave infringements of the international law. All of this has resulted in the most managed elections in modern Russian history, further undermining democracy in the country. We have to answer a key question. What happens at the Russian polls still be considered elections? And how does that affect the legitimacy of the next State Duma? Contrary to the assessment of the Duma elections, there is a positive example to be mentioned today in this debate, and I have in mind Moldova, of course. early parliamentary elections in Moldova taking place on the 11th of July. I was part of the PACE election observation mission. ODIHR was there, OSCE and its parliamentary assembly was there, PACE was there observing elections, and I have to say that all international observers agreed that early parliamentary elections in that country were well organized. They met international standards. So I wish Moldova all the best in the future, and Moldovan example is the one to be used when we speak about positive experience, when we speak about strengthening of democracy in the countries members of PACE. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And now we go to a video recording, I think, of Mr. Slutsky. Do we have him online? There he is.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Mr. President. Я буду выступать по-русски. И должен признаться, что предыдущие два оратора несколько нарушили мои планы на выступление. У меня всего 3 минуты. И могу сказать, то, что было сказано господином Мерешко, к сожалению, является абсолютными измышлениями. И в последнее время от украинской делегации мы слышим достаточно таких измышлений. Все это абсолютная ложь. Что касается выступления госпожи Андрикиене, то сказанное в отношении выборов в Государственную Думу России 8-го созыва строго не соответствует действительности. Ровно 180 градусов. Были более 300 международных наблюдателей, которые не зафиксировали каких-либо нарушений избирательной практики. Что касается отказа миссии БДИПЧ, что касается отказа парламентской ассамблеи ОБСЕ, они, на наш взгляд, сделали ошибку, в отличие от нашей ассамблеи, хотя мы также сожалеем, что наша ассамблея направила оценочную миссию, а не полноформатную наблюдательную. Это право любого международного института. В связи с пандемией COVID-19 мы были готовы принять ограниченное количество членов этих наблюдательных миссий. Но вместе с тем отмечу, что общее количество наблюдателей на выборах в Государственную Думу в 10 с лишним раз превысило, например, количество наблюдателей на недавних президентских выборах в Соединенных Штатах Америки. Поэтому, дорогие коллеги, хватит пользоваться непроверенной информацией. Давайте послушаем тех членов миссии, в том числе нашего докладчика, которые действительно были в России и смогут вам рассказать правду о состоявшихся выборах. И хотел бы сказать еще об одной вопиющей ситуации. Французские власти разделили в связи с предстоящей сессией все страны на красную, оранжевую и зеленую зону. Тем членам нашей ассамблеи, которые из красной и оранжевой зоны, предписано было быть только в гостинице и в Совете Европы, это дискриминация. При этом для тех, кто привился вакцинами, одобренными Европейским агентством лекарственных средств, сделаны были исключения, например, Турции и Украине. А для остальных, включая Россию, применен был бескомпромиссный подход. В результате российская делегация участвует в данной сессии по видеоконференц-связи, что серьезно осложняет нашу работу. Европейское агентство лекарственных средств является органом Европейского Союза и не может служить указкой для Совета Европы. Думаю, что нужно серьезно обменяться на уровне генерального секретаря нашей организации с Парижем по недопущению таких ситуаций в будущем. Большое спасибо за внимание.
Thank you, Mr. Slutsky. Mr. Jacques Lenay.
Vous m'entendez? Oui. Merci, Monsieur le Président, mes chers collègues. Nous avons fêté le 27 août dernier le 30e anniversaire de l'indépendance de la République de Moldavie. Cet État est membre de notre organisation depuis 26 ans maintenant, je m'en félicite. Cette adhésion illustre la volonté de créer un État démocratique en Moldavie, mais intéresser les citoyens à la politique demande un effort sans cesse renouvelé, même dans les démocraties les plus anciennes. Après la crise institutionnelle qui a suivi les élections de 2019 et la forte polarisation de la campagne qui en a découlé, les élections de 2021 se sont déroulées dans le calme. On ne peut que s'en féliciter, j'étais moi-même observateur de ces élections en Moldavie. Toutefois, on peut regretter la faible participation qui s'établit à 48,51%, ce qui témoigne d'une forme de défiance à l'égard des institutions et du processus électoral. Notre commission ad hoc a pu toutefois relever un certain nombre de points de satisfaction. Tout d'abord, la réforme du code électoral qui a suivi les élections de 2019 a permis d'une part de revenir à un scrutin proportionnel plus représentatif et d'autre part de renforcer la place des femmes sur les listes électorales, conformément aux recommandations de la Commission de Venise. De plus, les restrictions mises en place pour lutter contre la crise sanitaire n'ont pas entravé la campagne. Malgré ces points de satisfaction, un certain nombre de difficultés persistent. La campagne a été marquée par les controverses et les recours juridiques en ce qui concerne le vote des citoyens résidant à l'étranger. En effet, la décision de la Commission électorale centrale de fixer à 139 le nombre de bureaux de vote ouverts à l'étranger a déclenché de vives polémiques. À la suite de recours juridiques, ce nombre a finalement été porté à 150. Mais ce type de controverse génère des doutes quant à l'impartialité des autorités électorales et favorise l'abstention. Par ailleurs, les dispositions législatives relatives aux plaintes et aux recours doivent être revues pour être pleinement efficaces. De même, un renforcement du contrôle des dépenses de campagne est nécessaire pour garantir l'équité entre les candidats. Enfin, la partialité des principaux médias, du fait de leur affiliation partisane, affaiblit les dispositions législatives en vigueur qui tendent à assurer une certaine équité médiatique entre les candidats. Des réformes sont donc indispensables et malgré les limites que j'ai relevées, on peut se féliciter que ces élections aient mis fin à la période d'instabilité politique que traversait la Moldavie depuis plusieurs années. Il faut souhaiter que des réformes puissent être engagées rapidement, notamment pour lutter contre la corruption et renforcer l'indépendance de la justice. Je souhaite que le Conseil de l'Europe puisse pleinement appuyer le nouveau gouvernement moldave dans cette démarche.
Thank you very much. Mr. Saidov.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. Elections in Armenia is a very important event, not only for Armenia, but for the neighboring country, because everything which is happening in one state immediately echoed in another one. Today is the 27th of September. Exactly 1 year ago, as a result of provocation made by Armenian authorities, we started to liberate our territories. And it's really very strange that the people of Armenia voted for those who defeated as a result of the war. Pashinyan party won despite of the fact that they have been defeated on the battlefield. Thousands of Armenian soldiers have been killed and disaster had happened in Armenia. Have you ever seen this situation in any other country? No. But there is a reason why, and the reason you can find within the Armenian nation. They voted against Kachurian, Sarkisyan and Aganyan criminal regimes. They voted for Pashinyan because they want to live in peace, as any other nation all over the world. And actually Pashinyan had this chance 3 years ago. He got this mandate from the Armenian people. But unfortunately, he made an historical mistake. He chose the same way which took by the regime of Kachurian, Sarkisyan and Aganyan. And as a result of that, we saw what we see just now in Armenia. History gave the second chance to Armenians. They again won at the election, I mean Pashinyan party. And this is a vivid example that people who are living there together with the rest of other people, they are looking for peace. But what we can see, again, those who came to power started to fulfill ideas of revanchism, started to talk about the war, started to talk about the new revenge. And something like that we have seen already 3 years ago. And that's why I ask my Armenian colleagues, don't do this style of behavior. You already did it. You already brought your country to the collapse. And only one way to find the way out from this deadlock, peaceful agreement with Azerbaijan, mutually acknowledge the territorial integrity of both countries. This is the way out. And I urge Armenia to do that, and I urge my Armenian colleagues to do the same. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Now, Mr. Batrin Chair. It's on.
Окей. Спасибо, председатель. Я бы хотел поблагодарить господина Шенаха за довольно объективный доклад, за доклад, лишенный эмоций и который фактически опирается на факты и на те вещи, которые господин Шенах со своими коллегами имел возможность наблюдать в Республике Молдова. В первую очередь доклад говорит о том, что выборы в Республике Молдова прошли открыто. Существовало необходимое большое количество соревновательных партий, конкурентов. И согласно доклада, Центральная избирательная комиссия впервые в истории Республики Молдова не фаворизировала, не поддерживала ни одного кандидата и выносила объективные решения. Также впервые в истории Республики Молдова ни один кандидат не был привлечен незаконно к ответственности, ни одного кандидата никаким образом не ограничивали в свободе участия в выборах, и выборы были абсолютно репрезентативные. Что очень важно было отмечено в докладе, это профессиональное отношение Центральной избирательной комиссии. Очень важно сохранить то же самое отношение со стороны Центральной избирательной комиссии на предстоящих выборах. И, к сожалению, события последнего времени показали, что существует попытка создать Центральную избирательную комиссию исключительно из представителей одной партии. Что касается представителей, предложенных оппозицией, к сожалению, по субъективным причинам эти кандидаты не были поддержаны. То же самое хочется отметить и согласно, очень важно в проведении выборов, обеспечить свободу средств массовой информации. Сегодня существует попытка политического контроля, введения механизмов по контролю относительно членов органа по аудиовизуалу. Очень важно, чтобы и в будущих кампаниях абсолютно все граждане имели возможность информироваться из тех источников информации, которые они предпочитают, и чтобы все средства массовой информации были в данном случае в равном положении. Сейчас в Республике Молдова произошел крупный скандал коррупционный с участием телевидений, которые традиционно считали независимыми. О чем это говорит? Это говорит о слабости человеческого фактора и говорит о том, что мы должны обеспечить реальные механизмы и равные условия абсолютно для всех. Без ограничений, без хейт-спича, без того, чтобы разделять граждан на своих и чужих. К сожалению, в этой кампании было очень много языка ненависти, очень много спекуляций, манипуляций и разного рода обмана. В докладе господина Шенаха сказано о том, что наблюдатели на выборах проверили самые распространенные спекуляции, манипуляции, и ни одна из них не опиралась на факты, и ни одна из них не была доказана. Поэтому, к сожалению, мы должны заниматься реальным контролем над нераспространением спекуляций, манипуляций, фейков и не допускать языка ненависти, не допускать дегуманизации оппонентов. Выборы должны основываться на свободных дебатах и на конкуренции платформ. Спасибо.
Thank you. Mr. Rubinyan is the next speaker.
Thank you. Dear colleagues, first I want to thank the observation mission to the Armenian elections for their comprehensive report. These elections were the second free and fair elections, national-wide elections in Armenia after the Velvet Revolution of 2018, and these elections took place in a very difficult time after a war which brought many disasters. But the Armenian democracy prevailed and the Armenian democratic institutions prevailed. And using the opportunity, I want to respond to our Azeri colleague, Mr. Seidov, whose speech wasn't stopped, even though it was completely out of the topic. But still, When Mr. Saidov tried to speculate about the relationships of Armenian majority and the opposition, or previous governments, or on the topic of Armenian elections, my first thought was to respond in the same way, to try to speculate on the relationship of their opposition with the government. Then I remembered that there is no opposition in Azerbaijan, there are no elections in Azerbaijan, and there is no democracy in Azerbaijan. Mr. Saidov, our party, and Mr. Pashinyan won because the Armenian people want democracy and freedom. The Armenian people in Armenia want democracy and freedom. The Armenian people in Nagorno-Karabakh want democracy and freedom. And this is something unbreakable. And this has been demonstrated many times. And this is the will of the Armenian people. Regarding peace, of course, peace has to be achieved. But I think we have to make small steps towards this peace. And your speech is unfortunately not such a step. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And Mr. Gardev.
My statement is about monitoring report on the early parliamentary elections in Bulgaria. Honorable members of the Parliamentary Assembly, ladies and gentlemen, thank you for giving me the opportunity to address you and make this statement on one of the most important issues for any democracy, the elections. The Parliamentary Assembly delegation concluded that the early parliamentary election on 11 July 2021 were competitive and generally respected the fundamental freedoms. The voting process at the polling stations was well organized. An entirely machine-based vote was introduced in polling stations with more than 300 voters, and for the first time the possibility of increasing the number of polling stations of Bulgarian citizens abroad was provided, which increased the possibility for all those wishing to cast their vote. The change in election legislation made by 45th National Assembly has created the conditions to obstruct as much as possible attempts to buy votes and to counter other corruption risks. The Ministry of Interior undertook investigation into all serious allegations of the vote buying as reflected in the report of the Mission for Monitoring the Elections. More than 23 cases have been filed. Observers from international organizations will be informed of the results of the investigations in a timely manner. The measures taken by the authorities made the society more sensitive and more intolerant to electoral violations. The transparency of the electoral process is one of the important points in the political platform in my party. Efforts to implement Greco's recommendations on the financing of the election campaigns of the parties will continue. The state subsidy to the political parties, which received more than 1% of the votes in the last elections, was not suspended, but was reduced. I believe that the full implementation of Greco recommendations regarding the amount of the funds available to parties and coalitions during an election campaign will contribute to increasing confidence and transparency in the electoral process. Everything mentioned above contributes to the great equality of the participants in the elections and a more real representations of the vote. Bulgaria aims to implement the good cooperation with the Venice Commission, Greco, and all other bodies of the Council of Europe to further improve its electoral legislation.
Thank you indeed. I must now, I'm afraid, interrupt the list of speakers. The speeches of members on the speakers list who have been physically or remotely present during the whole of this debate but have not been able to speak may be given to the table office for publication in the official report. I remind colleagues that the texts are to be submitted in TypeScript electronically no later than 4 hours after the list of speakers is interrupted. Mr. Mayor, do you wish to reply? You would have 3 minutes.
Je vais répondre extrêmement rapidement, je ne vais pas utiliser mes 3 minutes. Je pense que la discussion a été effectivement très intéressante dans ce qu'elle a vu finalement au fur et à mesure du temps un progressif retour à la normale du fonctionnement de notre Assemblée, à la fois dans ses activités quotidiennes, mais aussi dans la question des surveillances électorales. Et de ce point de vue, on s'est félicité effectivement à plusieurs reprises de la qualité de ces observations. Je pense en particulier à ceux qui ont évoqué de nombreuses fois la Moldavie, et nous en sommes convaincus. Il reste effectivement je dirais des scories qui sont liées à la situation pandémique, qui ne sont pas tellement étonnantes. Le fait de pouvoir consacrer de plus en plus de temps aux discussions hors Covid est plutôt un signe de bonne santé, et je crois que ça va se confirmer dans les mois qui viennent. Et pour autant, je vois encore une forme d'instrumentalisation de ces sujets Covid de la part d'États membres qui effectivement veulent les utiliser pour des faux procès ici ou là. Je pense que c'est une erreur. Il va falloir s'habituer à ne plus avoir le Covid comme une excuse pour pouvoir se réfugier derrière ses responsabilités. Et je suis sûr que dans les mois qui viennent, tout va revenir à la normale, à moins que certains aient d'autres agendas. Simplement pour dire aussi qu'on a vu une assez forte convergence dans les interventions des groupes, et le Bureau le partage, concernant les priorités stratégiques. Ça a été dit par mon collègue Tini Cox. Ce travail qui a été fait en liaison avec le comité des ministres pour nous donner des priorités assez lisibles dans les années qui viennent est quelque chose d'important. Et de ce point de vue, ce qui effectivement pour nous a concerné un grand effort concernant les rapports liés à l'environnement, je pense en particulier, et notamment la journée de haut niveau que nous aurons effectivement dans quelques jours, mercredi, est vraiment un élément central des travaux passés et des travaux futurs de cette Assemblée. Voilà, je vous remercie beaucoup.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. The Bureau has proposed a number of references to committees for ratification by the Assembly, and these are set out in document 15375 and addendum 1. Is there any objection to the proposed references to committees? I see none. We have one there. Please.
Thank you, dear President, dear colleagues. I must raise an objection to document 15375 at 2 concerning the Ukrainian list for the elections of judges to the
I'm
EC.
sorry, we will come to the Ukrainian list in a minute.
After COVID, I'm being like that.
Yeah, I understand. It is fine. Okay, can I take it there are no objections to the proposed references to committees, and on that basis, these references are ratified. Now, I invite the Assembly to approve the other decisions of the Bureau as set out in the progress report. And let me say, is there any objection? Now is the time, Madam, to make your objection.
Trial number 2. Dear President, dear colleagues, I must raise the objection to document 15375 at 2 concerning the Ukrainian list of elections of judges to the ECHR. We have to stress that the list is composed of 3 highly qualified candidates, fully meeting the conditions laid by Article 21, Para 1 of the Convention, as well as the requirements developed by the Assembly. It offers to the Assembly a genuine choice and is based on fair and transparent national selection procedure held in accordance with the respective recommendations of the Council of Europe. We are sure that you have had an opportunity to consult the CVs of the candidates, which made it clear that some criticism towards them might be seen as subjective and based on misleading information. On the other hand, we fully share concerns previously raised by many colleagues of this House that it is unacceptable to continue artificially the term of the office of certain judges that expired long ago. And unfortunately, it is the case of Ukraine since 2019. For almost 3 years, Ukraine doesn't have a judge in the ECHR, which is unacceptable. Nor it is acceptable for everyone to lobby against any new list of the candidates to prolong the stay of the current judge for private reasons. And the last point, while remaining fully supportive supporting to the mission and authority of the committee, and in order to protect the Assembly and the Court from any lobby based on private interest, we ask you, dear colleagues, to support the proposal to return Ukrainian list for consideration. Thank you very much, dear President.
So we give 2 minutes to Mr. Kovac.
There was an objection to the rejection of Ukraine's list of candidates for election of judges to the European Court of Human Rights, and that objection we have just heard. Does anyone wish to speak against the objection? Sir.
It's in the notes, his name. Mr. Titus Kovac.
Chair, colleagues, because I had the honor as an acting chair to preside over the meeting on the election of judges on 16 and 17 September in Paris, I must clearly oppose on behalf of the committee, the special committee of the Assembly, to the above-mentioned challenge. I want to underline, and I can confirm, that the committee has done its work in the professional and impartial manner which the Assembly rightly expects. You have our recommendations, you have our conclusions on your files, specifically on the Ukrainian national list. I want to underline the fact that after extensive discussions, the committee concluded by a very large majority that not all candidates fulfill the requirements set by the Convention for election as judge to the European Court of Human Rights. Because the procedure is confidential, I cannot provide supplementary details, but I want you to rely on the authority and the competence and impartiality of our special committee. So for all these reasons, I politely invite all the members of the Assembly to endorse the committee position and recommendations and to reject the above-mentioned challenge. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Mr. Mayor?
Président, comme le collègue de la commission de l'élection des juges vient de le rappeler, notre cher collègue, je ne peux que confirmer le fait que le bureau a pris note de cet avis qui s'est fait dans des conditions, je dirais, réglementaires et de procédure tout à fait respectées et justifiées. Donc le bureau ne peut que se limiter à prendre bonne note de la décision du comité et effectivement, et il est de tradition de le suivre dans ces cas-là. Merci.
Thank you. Before I call the vote, may I remind the Assembly that the effect of Madam Mezhentseva's objection would be to refer the list of candidates from Ukraine nominated for election to be judges back to the committee on the election of judges to the European Court of Human Rights. Now, those who wish to support this objection should vote yes. Those who do not support the objection and agree to the rejection of the list of candidates should vote no. A simple majority will decide this question. So, if we are ready, I think the vote should be just about open. Please vote. Yeah. And
now you can close the vote.
Okay, the vote is closed. Can I call for the results to be displayed? So the objection is rejected, and the Ukrainian authorities will be asked to submit a new list of candidates. If there are no further objections, is the progress report as amended approved? I think it is approved. Thank you very much indeed. And I think that brings us to the end of this debate and the conclusion of this. Thank you very much indeed. Thank you.
Dear colleagues, the next item of our today's business is the debate on the report titled, up till now, Humanitarian Consequences of the Conflict between Armenia and Azerbaijan. It's document 15363, and the report will be presented by Mr. Paul Gavan on behalf of the Committee on Migration, Refugees and Displaced Persons. The debate must be concluded at 6:45, so I will propose to interrupt the list of speakers at about 5:10. And that will allow us then the time for the replies and the vote before the next debate. The rapporteur, Mr. Gavan, has 7 minutes to present the report, and then we'll have a further 3 minutes to reply to the debate at the end. So, Mr. Gavan, you have the floor.
Madam Chairperson, dear colleagues, first I want to thank both delegations for the immense amount of work to facilitate my report and to visit their countries, Armenia in May and Azerbaijan in July. I regret I was not able to visit the conflict region. This affects the quality of the report without a doubt, and issues of access to what we call grey zones must be sorted out for the future. I have tried to avoid politics and keep to the humanitarian and linked human rights concerns. My report, as you will see, focuses on 8 issues. Firstly, the dead, the missing and wounded. The casualties are to be deeply regretted. Over 3,900 Armenians and 2,900 Azerbaijani military were killed or went missing, and there were 163 Armenian and 548 Azerbaijani civilian casualties. In terms of missing persons, there remain around 243 Armenians and 7 Azerbaijanis. It is important that work continues to trace these persons. I am also aware of the very large number of persons missing from the earlier war in 1991 to 1994. 3,890 Azerbaijanis and 1,000 Armenians are still unaccounted for. And to be frank, I cannot understand why there has been so little progress in this regard. It is so important for the families to have answers to the fate of their loved ones, and further work is urgently needed. The second issue my report looks at is that of prisoners of war and alleged captives. The European Court of Human Rights, as you will read in my report, notified the Committee of Ministers of the Council of Europe about 188 Armenians allegedly captured by Azerbaijan. I am deeply concerned about the fate of a number of these persons filmed in Azerbaijani captivity and not showing up anywhere, almost a year after the end of the conflict. While I understand that there are now investigations and information is gradually being provided to the European Court of Human Rights, it is essential that full answers are given. I'm also concerned about the fate of around 50 persons acknowledged by Azerbaijan as held in captivity after the trilateral statement was signed. They have undergone or are undergoing trials where there may be issues of fairness. I am glad that recently 2 groups of 15 persons were released, but all these captives, in my opinion, should be freed as soon as possible, and this was also the call of the Monitoring Committee of PACE. You will see in the draft resolution that there is a call for the Council of Europe's Committee for the Prevention of Torture to follow the situation of the alleged captives, even if the ICRC also has a role in this. The third issue, one of the most difficult to deal with, is allegations of crimes, war crimes and other wrongful acts. These are serious allegations and highly distressing and need investigating by both sides. With access to social media so widespread, many atrocious acts were filmed and shared on social media. They range from extrajudicial executions, beheadings, to despoliation of the dead. There are also worrying allegations of torture and ill treatment of prisoners. There's also a great deal of evidence of indiscriminate use of weapons, killing and injuring of civilians on both sides, both in the conflict region, but also in Azerbaijani cities well away from the conflict region, like Barda and Ganja. There is evidence of the use by Azerbaijan, with Turkey's assistance, of Syrian mercenaries. There has to be some form of accountability, truth and reconciliation for what happened during the 6-week war, but also what happened in the earlier war between 91 and 94. That cannot be ignored. I want to move on because time is pressing. The issue of landmines. This is a huge matter, with the conflict region being probably the most mined area in the world. 159 Azerbaijanis and 5 Armenians have died or been wounded since a trilateral statement. The recent handing over of mine maps by Armenia is welcome, but I want to be clear, Armenia needs to hand over all maps in its possession. Moving on to the issue of displaced persons. They have suffered greatly from the recent 6-week war. 36,000 persons on the Armenian side have been unable to return to their homes, mostly in the Nagorno-Karabakh region, and they live in difficult situations and require housing and livelihoods. Women in particular have problems in this respect. The international community has been supportive, but does not have access to the conflict region. The ICRC and Russia have access and have played an extremely important role in providing humanitarian assistance and security. In relation to IDPs from Azerbaijan, most of those displaced by the recent war have been able to return, but the greater challenge now for Azerbaijan are the returns from the earlier 1991 to 1994 war, up to 650,000 persons, according to Azerbaijan. I am concerned in relation to this because I saw the total destruction of places such as Agdam, which I visited, and Fuzuli, which were under the effective control of Armenia for 30 years. Not enough has been spoken on this topic, not enough has been done on this topic. The return of displaced persons to these areas will be a long and expensive process, and I hope the international community will support Azerbaijan in this. The 6th issue is border tensions. They are ongoing and deeply worrying. It's essential that there be delineation and demarcation and perhaps some form of buffer zone created. There should also be some form of monitoring by an independent body or organisation of the border and boundary lines. The 7th issue is damage and destruction to cultural heritage in different forms and different ways. I am concerned about the destruction in the past, during the recent war, but also allegations of ongoing destruction. And I am also concerned about the development of a Caucasian Albanian heritage narrative in what seems to me to be a process of trying to replace an Armenian heritage. UNESCO needs to be allowed to play its role on the issue of cultural heritage and visit the entire region and look into all cultural issues. The final matter in my report is that of hate speech. This has been a long-standing problem for decades in both countries, but particularly in Azerbaijan, as noted by the Council of Europe expert or monitoring bodies. It reached new proportions for both sides through the filming of horrific acts and their sharing on social media during the 6-week war. I am concerned about the stereotyped mannequins in the so-called military trophy park, which, as the COE Commissioner for Human Rights mentioned in the statement in April, are highly disturbing and humiliating. The issue of hate speech is an area where the Council of Europe should be assisting both countries in taking steps to tackle this problem for the benefit of future generations. I'm aware this is a very brief summary. I just want to place on record my thanks to my colleague from the Secretariat, Mark Neville, to the Secretary General, to the Migration Committee and the Table Office, who have kept me straight throughout this process. Thanks indeed.
Thank you, Mr. Kavan. I give now the floor to the speakers on behalf of the political groups. The first one is Mr. Jacques Maire.
Merci Madame la Présidente, Monsieur le Président, Madame la Présidente, chers collègues. D'abord, permettez-moi, au nom du groupe ALDE, de remercier notre collègue Paul Gavan pour la qualité, la précision, la force de son travail, son équilibre aussi sur un sujet qui nous concerne tous. Je pense que tout le monde a en tête l'impact dramatique de ce conflit concernant le Haut-Karabakh et qui implique 2 pays de notre institution avec 7000 morts dénombrés, plus de 91 000 Arméniens et 84 000 Azerbaïdjanais déplacés à cette occasion. Les conséquences s'inscrivent dans le long terme. Vous revenez sur les allégations de crimes de guerre, d'autres actes répréhensibles. Si ces crimes restent impunis, je suis d'accord avec vous, la coopération avec la CEDH n'avance pas. Alors dans ces cas-là, la relation entre les 2 pays sera durablement empoisonnée. En outre, le sujet des prisonniers de guerre est là aussi un élément central qui pourrait être résolu avec un peu de bonne volonté et qu'il faut prendre très au sérieux. Nous avons tenu un débat d'urgence en avril dernier. Je vois que le problème reste entier. Plusieurs dizaines de soldats arméniens restent totalement prisonniers aujourd'hui en Azerbaïdjan. Les recours devant la Cour européenne s'accumulent tout en ne trouvant aucune issue. Nous appelons donc, groupe ALDE, à ce que le comité des ministres réagisse afin de protéger en priorité les populations arméniennes et azerbaïdjanaises, ainsi qu'à s'assurer que le droit humain des civils comme des militaires soit respecté. Nous appelons à un travail de collaboration étroite avec la Cour européenne des droits de l'homme afin de ne pas laisser la situation se dégrader comme c'est le cas aujourd'hui. Enfin, je terminerai par saluer l'action, bien sûr, de la force russe de maintien de la paix dans le Haut-Karabakh, mais aussi celle des ONG et en particulier celle de la Croix-Rouge internationale. Avec leur action auprès des populations civiles, nous savons qu'effectivement, sans leur implication, la situation humanitaire pourrait être encore plus dramatique. Pour l'ensemble de ces raisons, le groupe ALDE et moi-même soutenons la motion de résolution et nous voterons le rapport de notre collègue Paul Galvan. Tout cela pour que les droits de l'homme et les libertés individuelles soient sauvegardés, y compris dans cette zone de conflit dramatique. Je vous remercie pour votre attention.
Merci beaucoup, Monsieur Mayor. And now I will give the floor to Mr. John Howard.
When I last spoke about this issue in a debate here, I said that I have friends on both sides of the debate. I have friends who are Armenian, friends who are Azeri, and I'm glad that I do. And I would like to make sure that we can still have those friends on both sides. But this is not a time for us to look back into detailed recriminations, into detailed examination of what has happened in the area in conflict. It is a time for us to look to the future, to look to make sure that humanitarian consequences of the war are dealt with. So I am not going to go into the arguments of who is responsible for what, who is responsible for the bad feeling, who started the war. Because if this week means anything, it means that we are dealing with climate change and with environmental degradation. And what a terrible effect war has on environmental degradation, both environmental degradation for human beings and environmental degradation for the environment and for animals. And there are two issues that I would like to stress in this that we must get right. The first is the issue of landmines, and indeed the other damage that live munitions left around can still cause. This means that we must insist on an effective cleanup, with both sides working towards that. And we have seen in other conflicts around the world how long that has taken to achieve and how difficult it can be to make sure that it happens. And we need the support of all NGOs. And the second thing that we need to achieve is what has happened to many of the villages. If people and lives are to be restored, they need somewhere to live and somewhere to restore their sense of belonging. And I hope that we can ensure that in view of the large number of villages that have been totally destroyed, that we can achieve this and that both sides can continue to exist in their full cultural heritage, to be able to go forward and to be brothers in peace for the future. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And now would like to give the floor to Mr. Triantafylidis, but I need to know if he is connected. Oh, you are here.
Thank you, Madam.
Thanks a lot.
Dear colleagues, I would like to begin my speech on behalf of UL by recalling the sad today anniversary of the attack by Azerbaijan against Nagorno-Karabakh, Republic of Artsakh, but also of the commitments that both Armenia and Azerbaijan committed themselves upon their accession to the Council of Europe in January 2001 to use only peaceful means for settling the conflict. With the above in mind, let me focus not on the political consequences or the agreements, which were in any case determined by the tripartite treaty between Armenia, Russia and Azerbaijan, but on what everywhere leaves behind. That is the tragic consequences on humanitarian level. The data show in the most dramatic way the tragic consequences of this 6 weeks war, that is thousands of dead, including many civilians, as well as hundreds of missing persons. The losses in human lives were tragic, as were the damages to the infrastructure of cities and villages, but also to thousands of cultural monuments, churches, and monasteries. Thousands of civilians were displaced over the course of 6 weeks, with the major victims being women and young children. The consequence of all this, the deprivation of their basic rights, such as education, housing, and work. According to recent sources, 36,000 Armenians have not returned home since the 6 weeks war. Speaking of human rights abuses, I cannot fail to mention both war crimes and the exchange of prisoners of war. In the first case, there is information available for killings without prior trial, for torture of prisoners of war, indiscriminate use of weapons, which resulted in the loss of civilians. Finally, the nationalist outbursts and intolerance cultivated mainly by Azerbaijan probably do not help to resolve any differences between the two countries peacefully and with respect for human rights. Ladies and gentlemen, our colleague Paul Gavin reflected the consequences in an excellent way in his report and called on the two countries first to comply with COE's recommendations and to respect international treaties. We are therefore called upon to pay particular attention to the needs and rights of the displaced and to issues related to their return, confidence-building measures for all affected communities and measures necessary to build tolerance societies and tackle hate speech. Thank you for your attention.
You was too long, but I have to apologize because we thought that you were not connected. So I will give now the floor to Mr. Schenach.
Danke sehr, Frau Präsidentin. Im Namen meiner politischen Gruppe, Herr Paul Gavin, kann ich Ihnen nur danken und gratulieren zu diesem hervorragenden, ausgewogenen Bericht. Und persönlich möchte ich das auch tun. Ich bin immerhin über 5,5 Jahre Rapporteur des Monitoring-Ausschusses für ein Konfliktland hier. Mich hat immer wieder gewundert in den letzten Jahren, wie tief dieser Hass, dieser gegenseitige Hass ist. Und einmal bin ich nach Tbilisi gefahren und bin zweimal in jenen Bezirk gegangen, in denen Armenier und Aserbaidschaner zusammenleben, friedlich in Georgien. Und früher war das so, dass das alles ein wenig mehr verwischt war, bis dann 1991 bis 1994 dieser Angriff und diese Besetzung kam. Und man sollte nicht vergessen, dass ja nicht nur das autonome Gebiet von Karabach besetzt wurde, sondern völlig traumatisierend für Aserbaidschan ja auch 7 weitere Provinzen, was dann zusammen über 1 Million Vertriebene nach sich gebracht haben. Aber was wir jetzt haben, ist, dass wir auch die Kriegsverbrechen, die sogar gefilmt und in das soziale Netz gestellt wurden, untersuchen müssen. Kriegsverbrechen können nicht durchgehen. Oder die Schändung von Toten oder die Zerstörung von Kultur das unterstreicht diesen Rassismus, diesen Intoleranz und Hass, den wir hier vorfinden, der ja schon in den Lehrplänen und in den Schulen praktisch geübt wird. Und nur so kann man das ja auch verstehen, was hier derzeit los ist. Und ja, wir appellieren an Aserbaidschan, auch die restlichen Kriegsgefangenen zurück in die Heimat zu schicken. Und wir appellieren an Armenien, geben Sie die Landkarten über die Minenfelder frei. Pausenlos sterben Zivilisten, und es sind jetzt über 160 seit dem Waffenstillstand, an diesen tödlichen Minen. Die töten und töten. Wir wissen das von Bosnien, wir wissen das von anderen Teilen der Welt. Und Mr. Howell hat zu Recht hier die Perspektive gelegt, denn die verstorbene Lady Diana war weltweit gegen diese Minen engagiert. Das heißt, wir müssen hier wieder zu einer Situation kommen, in der ein Land, auch wenn es siegt, respektvoll mit dem Unterlegenen umgeht. Und ich erinnere nur, dass eine 18-jährige Königin, Christina von Schweden, den 30-jährigen Krieg beendet hat und gezeigt hat, wie man das macht. Und da hat, liebe Kollegen und Kolleginnen in Aserbaidschan, ein Trophäenpark, der demütigend ist für ein unterlegenes Land, keinen Platz in unserer Geschichte. Danke.
Thank you, Mr. Schennach. And now I give the floor to my Dutch colleague, Mr. Omtzigt.
Okay, sorry, colleagues. Thank you very much. Thank you very much to Mr. Gavan for an excellent report, which is deeply and deeply depressing. The whole idea of having a Council of Europe was that we would at least be able to prevent a conflict in which member states are involved. It seems that it has become normality that we accept this kind of conflict. We've had the Russian invasion of Georgia, we've had the invasion of Ukraine, and now we've had the Azerbaijani attack on Nagorno-Karabakh. This has led to a conflict between those two nations, but if we can't prevent this kind of conflicts, what kind of work are we doing on minor issues of human rights? This is one of the biggest issues of human rights one can face. Thousands of people dying on both the Armenian and the Azerbaijani side, and the horrible consequences which Mr. Gavan has just given to us in his 6-minute horrific talk, basically. It's now time for both countries to face up to the music. And I would like to stress a few points which are really worrying. The hate speech on both sides, and especially the trophy park in which you see Mr. Aliyev walk through, is worrying. Is worrying for the future. Secondly, we see the use of mercenaries. And I have to admit that a number of those mercenaries, which Turkey seems to have flown in, were also equipped by Dutch taxpayer money earlier when they were fighting in Syria. That's worrying, and we should know those consequences. We should ask for those countries, and we should really wonder and look whether Armenia will give the maps of the demining. If they don't, it should have consequences. If Azerbaijan doesn't free the people they do not want to give the rights of the prisoners of wars, it should have consequences in this organization. If not, we shall keep talking on this conflict, because this conflict has been a focal point in every speech of these two countries in the last few years. I would like to underline what you were saying on changing the narrative and destruction of cultural sites, destruction also of religious sites, in which people try to change the history from making the land theirs. That's not going to work, and it's not going to lead to any sense of peace. So, this is the beginning of your work, Mr. Gavan. We'll have to look further into whether these countries who promised so much will deliver. And one minor thing, Mr. Chairman, because I've been very precise in the past, because I was instrumental in getting a Dutch embassy in Armenia. The Armenians thanked me as a national parliament with a medal. And because I want to make sure that everything is being mentioned here, I would like to mention that as, because it's not yet in the list. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Point of order, yes.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Dear colleagues, this is not the first time that we hear phrases like Azerbaijan attacked Nagorno-Karabakh or Azerbaijan committed an act of aggression over Nagorno-Karabakh. This is legally incorrect. Nagorno-Karabakh is not an international legal entity. It has never been a state. Aggression, according to international law, is a violent act of one state against another state. No state is legally capable of committing an act of aggression on its own territory. Please take note of that.
We will do, and we did read very careful the report, as you did also, I hope. I go now, when we close the list with the speakers on behalf of the political groups, and I go now to Mr. Efstatatu from Cyprus, Socialist Group. Connected? Ah, he's here.
I think it's a wrong list.
The wrong list?
Mr. Schenecker has already spoke.
No, you are not on behalf of the group, but you asked for speaking time.
No.
Yeah, I did. Mr. Efstattu.
I am a speaker on the immunities.
Okay. So
Sorry?
you don't want to speak. That's nice. Then I give the floor to Mr. Fournier. Bernard.
Oui, Madame la Présidente, mes chers collègues, je tiens tout d'abord à féliciter notre collègue Paul Gavan pour ce rapport très détaillé qui permet de cerner les responsabilités des deux belligérants. Ce n'est pas la première fois que notre Assemblée doit se prononcer sur ce conflit. Je ne peux que regretter le déclenchement d'un conflit armé entre deux États membres de notre organisation qui, lors de leur adhésion au Conseil de l'Europe, s'étaient pourtant engagés à ne pas faire usage de la force pour régler leurs différends. Après un conflit qui a coûté la vie à plus de 3900 soldats arméniens et 2900 soldats azéris, la déclaration tripartite du 10 novembre 2020 a mis fin aux hostilités. Pour autant, ce conflit laissera des traces et il appartiendra d'aider les deux belligérants à dialoguer. Je souhaite vivement que le comité des ministres s'implique davantage dans ce dossier pour éviter une nouvelle guerre. Mais pour le moment, il est nécessaire de faire face aux conséquences humanitaires du conflit. La question des prisonniers de guerre me paraît particulièrement importante. En effet, l'article 8 de la déclaration tripartite prévoit expressément un échange de prisonniers. Si des échanges ont bien eu lieu, l'Arménie conteste le fait que l'Azerbaïdjan ait libéré tous les prisonniers de guerre capturés avant la déclaration tripartite et affirme que 48 Arméniens capturés après la déclaration sont détenus dans des conditions particulièrement inquiétantes. Sur cette question, il est nécessaire que l'Azerbaïdjan respecte ses engagements et libère les prisonniers de guerre qui doivent être traités conformément à la Convention de Genève. Autre point qui me semble particulièrement préoccupant, la question des mines terrestres et des munitions non explosées qui représentent un grave danger pour les civils. Les deux parties doivent coopérer pour permettre rapidement le retour des populations civiles qui ont fui les zones minées. Une aide internationale, financière et technique sera nécessaire pour mener à bien les opérations de déminage. Enfin, la situation des personnes déplacées demeure préoccupante. Les Arméniens qui ont fui des régions repassées sous le contrôle de l'Azerbaïdjan ne rentreront pas chez elles, leur sécurité n'étant pas assurée. Il apparaît nécessaire d'aider l'Arménie à trouver une solution pérenne pour ces personnes. Dans ce conflit, nul ne peut nier le rôle joué par la Turquie et la Russie. Le concours de ces deux États sera nécessaire pour développer une véritable coopération entre l'Azerbaïdjan et l'Arménie en vue de venir en aide aux populations sinistrées. Mais je veux aussi rappeler le rôle du groupe de Minsk qui conserve, selon moi, toute sa pertinence. Je vous remercie.
Merci beaucoup, Monsieur Fournier. Maintenant, je donne la parole à Monsieur Ahmet Yildiz, Turquie.
We had high expectations of this report from Mr. Gavan, but unfortunately it turned to be a partial one instead of neutral one. Although Azerbaijani colleagues and Turkish delegation ourselves, we tabled some amendments to correct some factual mistakes. Unfortunately, the rapporteur and the committee did not join our efforts. The relevant part of the report, which deals with the court, European Court of Human Rights, and interim measures, contains inaccurate and insufficient information. Because, pursuant to Article 46 of the Convention, final judgments, rather than the findings of the court, are binding. Let me draw your attention to the fact there is currently no interim measure in effect against Turkey, contrary to the report. The interim measure of 6 October was lifted by the court on 1st of December 2020. Indeed, this decision of the court also has been taken on interim measures solely on the information submitted by the applicant and used social media clippings of dubious provenance and hearsay as a basis for its decision. We should not allow the case to be instrumentalized in a similar way. A report by this body should not be used to keep the same mistakes on the agenda. Dear colleagues, I am surprised by some remarks by some members here, putting the aggressor and the self-defender on the same place, and even putting native inhabitants of Nagorno-Karabakh and other 7 districts of Azerbaijan with illegal settlers. This is not a right approach. I think that if we put it that way, it is not a right address of the situation and the humanitarian consequences. So I urge your understanding, I request your understanding to correct these mistakes through our amendments and Azerbaijani amendments when we come there. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Yildiz. Et maintenant, Madame Nicole Triss. Vous avez la parole. Oui.
C'est bon, voilà. Madame la Présidente, Monsieur le rapporteur, chers collègues, les affrontements qui se sont déroulés au Karabakh en 2020 ont rappelé, si besoin en était, que les conflits dits gelés restent des conflits. Nous ne sommes pas là aujourd'hui pour parler de responsabilité ou de géopolitique, l'ONU le fait très bien. En revanche, et c'est tout l'intérêt de ce débat aujourd'hui, nous avons le devoir de nous pencher avec la plus grande attention sur les conséquences humanitaires qui en découlent, car elles touchent directement des personnes dont les droits les plus élémentaires ont été et sont toujours bafoués. Les chiffres sont éloquents, vous l'aviez dit, plusieurs orateurs l'ont également dit. En 6 semaines de combat, à peu près 7000 soldats tués ou disparus, des centaines de victimes civiles, plus de 130 000 personnes déplacées de part et d'autre, des exécutions, des cas de torture, une soixantaine d'écoles et des centaines de monuments religieux ou culturels détruits. Grâce à la mobilisation de la communauté internationale et, je veux le croire, grâce également au Conseil de l'Europe à travers la Cour européenne des droits de l'homme et notre Assemblée, des progrès timides ont été constatés, s'agissant notamment de la libération de prisonniers de guerre. Cela reste néanmoins particulièrement insuffisant. Tout en dénonçant avec force et pertinence ces faits déplorables, les projets de résolution et de recommandations soumis à notre vote aujourd'hui posent un certain nombre de principes et de propositions qui pourraient initier un retour à une solution négociée, donc durable. Pour ma part, je rejoins totalement la position de la Commission et de son rapporteur sur le fait que les belligérants doivent coopérer en vue de déminer ces territoires déjà suffisamment exsangues, tout comme la demande qui leur est adressée d'amorcer une désescalade sur le terrain en s'abstenant de toute incursion au-delà des positions figées par le cessez-le-feu de novembre 2020. Mais surtout, il me semble indispensable qu'un processus de négociation s'ouvre vraiment sur la délimitation et la démarcation des frontières, avec, si besoin, une zone démilitarisée et la présence d'une force de maintien de la paix. Des compromis difficiles seront sans doute nécessaires de part et d'autre pour arriver à une solution pacifique au Karabakh. Néanmoins, le dialogue reste incontournable, un dialogue qui doit bannir les discours de haine insupportables et toxiques pour les populations qui n'en peuvent plus et qui sont déjà meurtries. Comme gage de bonne volonté pour avancer, il me semble que l'Arménie et l'Azerbaïdjan gagneraient à accepter de donner à l'UNESCO un accès aux sites culturels de la région exposés aux combats et aux destructions. L'histoire nous enseigne en effet que la culture et le patrimoine peuvent constituer de solides bases pour bâtir des réconciliations qui durent. Bien évidemment, et vous l'aurez compris, je voterai ces textes et je remercie notre rapporteur pour son excellent travail. Merci.
Merci Madame Triss. Et maintenant, je veux donner la parole à Monsieur Samat Seydov, Azerbaijan. Il est tout?
Madam President, dear friends, dear colleagues, 30 years my land has been occupied by Armenia. 20 years in this Parliamentary Assembly we struggled for freedom, for peace, and for returning back to our Holy Land. Now 1 year, because today, 27th of September, as a result of another Armenian provocation, Azerbaijan liberated its historic lands. We did our best in order to restore justice, and now justice has returned back to the territory of Azerbaijan. Nagorno-Karabakh is an integral part of Azerbaijan, and neither Council of Europe nor other organization never accepted the words which pronounced, unfortunately, by Mr. Omtsik. That's absolutely a wrong position, absolutely unacceptable position. Today, Azerbaijan is doing its best to restore the peace in the region, and I want to inform my colleagues and friends. Some Armenians from Khankandi, just a couple of days ago, came to us, to Azerbaijanis, and asked about the job, about the normal life, and we are doing our best for that because they are citizens of Azerbaijan. But those who are not so happy with peace in the region, those who are not so happy with justice in the region, who are dreaming about the revanchist ideas and new war, they try to mislead Parliamentary Assembly. They try to exaggerate the situation. And that's why I ask my colleagues and friends to support Azerbaijani amendments, not to go the path of provocation, not to do something which could lead both countries to another war. We're not afraid of war. We are ready to do everything in order to secure our territories. But we have to understand that this is a historic chance for Armenia to come back to the peace path, not to think about the war and revanchist ideas. You are talking about the church and other cultural heritage. This is our duty to respect not only churches, but mosques, all other things, synagogues. And have you heard that all mosques in the region have been destroyed and razed to the ground? And they kept pigs, cattle in the mosques. They destroyed completely cities of Azerbaijan, Ardahan, Fizuli. They deliberately shelled to the Ganja city and killed kids, women, elder people. That's why I ask my friends to refrain from war, to think about the peace, and to support Armenia to return back to normal situation, because situation in Armenia, unfortunately, is not normal and is not acceptable. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Seydov. I will cut after encore 4 orateurs, Géorgie, Irlande, Finlande et Arménie. Alors, je vais donner la parole à Monsieur Cikovani de Georgia.
Dear colleagues, Caucasus accounts for most of the armed conflicts of the post-Soviet space. In the Caucasus, where Georgian occupied territories have turned into the source of constant humanitarian crisis stemming from the deliberate aggressive policy and hybrid warfare waged by the Russian Federation, in blatant violation of the international law. Occupation has not stopped Georgia to explore the ways to support dialogue, the confidence building in the region. Right after the war, Karabakh War, Georgia came up with a trilateral initiative that would include Georgia, Armenia, and Azerbaijan, and this initiative aims at concrete projects that would be acceptable for all participants, at the same time support better interconnection and confidence building. The release by Azerbaijan of 15 Armenian prisoners and their return to their families, as well as the decision of Armenia to provide Azerbaijan with information on mined territories through mediation of the US and Georgia, evidently showed the possibility for dialogue and in fact created good groundwork to build on it. Here I must emphasize the personal positive role of Prime Minister Mr. Garibashvili. Evidently, it is an absolute necessity to think of a regional peace framework that will support neighborhood and robust development in South Caucasus. Last week at the United Nations General Assembly, Prime Minister of Georgia announced about the Peaceful Neighborhood Initiative. This format will be possible with the active engagement and support of our Western partners and those who could be interested to engage and contribute to this new idea. From a geopolitical perspective, the wider Black Sea region is growing ever more important. Our goal is to ensure peace and stability in the entire region. We should focus on facilitating dialogue and confidence building and lead to the implementation of practical solutions to regional issues of common interest. Georgia has always been and is ready now to support and promote international law-based peace and security in the Caucasus, facilitating the transformation of region of conflicts into peace, the place of the peace. These words take a special meaning precisely on this tragic day for the whole Georgia, when, after fall of Sukhumi, 28 years have passed on the 27th of September. Thousands of Georgians were forced to leave their homes, thousands of people died, and we have lost the control of our Abkhazian region. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you very much. I give now the floor to Joseph O'Reilly.
Thank you, Madam President, and I'm delighted to see that you are in the chair for this debate. I want at the outset to welcome the report, and I want to warmly congratulate my colleague, my Irish colleague, on its balance, its objectivity, its depth, and his very hard work in producing it. And what I like about the report is that it has within it recommendations or suggestions or a pathway to the future. And to that extent, and I applaud him for that there is a basis to build a peace there. I agree with my distinguished friend from the UK delegation, John Hamill, that we have to look to the future and build a lasting peace. I think the first issue that needs immediate addressing is, of course, the question of missing persons. It's a stark figure that there are 243 Armenians and 7 Azeris missing, and indeed thousands of Azeris from the previous war. These people should be followed up on, and prisoners of war should be given an overall amnesty and released, and that includes ones recently arrested since the peace agreement. I think Armenia should produce the map and the information on all the landmines, and I think that should be non-negotiable and must be the case. There are internationally displaced persons, 36,000 of these, and also misplaced Azerbaijanis from previous wars. And this issue needs addressing. And these people need support, need help, and need practical assistance. I think the tensions around the border, cited in the report, in this outstandingly good report, the tensions around the border are of great concern and do need international involvement and an international force there to deal with that. I agree with the points around hate speech and trophy gardens, etc., because hate speech is something that is the prelude to war and is the oxygen that gives rise to violence and war. I agree, lastly, with the point around the cultural heritage. If we could work with UNESCO, and if Azerbaijan and Armenia would so do, we could build a basis for cooperation and peace there. So just well done to my colleague, Mr. Gavin, and I think it's a good evening's work and that we should adopt this report. Thank you, President.
Thank you very much, Mr. O'Reilly. Then I give now the floor to my Finnish colleague, Kimmo Kiljunen.
Madam Chair, first of all, I would like to thank very much Mr. Gavan, the rapporteur. No, I cannot speak with that one. I'm so sorry. Like he also made without the mask, the speech, I cannot speak without, then I must stop. Madam Chair, I'm sorry about that one. Thanks for Mr. Gavan for his good report. It was a balanced report and very good basis for our discussion, what we are carrying now through here in our assembly.
Kimmo?
Yes?
You have to wear a mask. I apologize.
Okay. What happens if I start to vomit? I'm so sorry. This is actually health reasons for me that in my parliament I have usually actually not mask, that he also made without mask, but I try to do my best.
I apologize.
Okay, I try to do my best.
Thank you.
I like that one. Can I start once again? Thanks, Mr. Gavan, for excellent report. That's a good basis for our discussion. Secondly, I want to remind you about year 2001, when Azerbaijan and Armenia joined to the Council of Europe. It was agreed, it was clearly agreed, that only peaceful means are used of setting this so-called frozen conflict of Nagorno-Karabakh. That was clearly a precondition for them, both countries, to join on Council of Europe. What we have now seen, like Madam Triss very nicely, unfortunately nicely expressed, frozen conflicts are sometimes open conflicts. And in this case, it's very clear the case. There are lots of other frozen conflicts in Europe, as you very well know, and so that must be, for us, a warning. 6 weeks war last autumn, close to 10,000 people died, huge destruction, physical destruction, humanitarian sufferings, and obviously you're all right speaking about the hate, animosity among two neighboring countries and people who have lived together so long time. And it's still polarizing the situation. Obviously, that's a very, very alarming. And obviously now we must try to find a way to solve the issue. This is a humanitarian crisis. It's absolutely a humanitarian crisis. There are still some prisoners of war, as you have discussed, and thanks to Azeri authorities, they have released few of them, but still it's an open question, and Geneva Convention is very clear on that issue. There are also, as we very well known, very big issue of the landmines. That's also a humanitarian problem, and I really sincerely hope that we'll find a way with international support to have the demining process taking place in the area. That's for the safety of the people and people of the future in the area. And obviously, you're absolutely right when you are stressing the issue of historical cultural heritage. There are major monuments and places in the area, historical. It's a very much longer history than in my country, Finland. We are new in cultural terms compared to Azerbaijan, Armenia, and Nagorno-Karabakh as a region there. And obviously, we should respect the cultures and heritages in those terms. So I very sincerely thank for rapporteur making this report, and we can now address open these questions. Hopefully we can help those two sides to agree step-by-step approach and diminish in a best possible way absolutely hate and create a reconciliation process in the region. Thank you very much, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Kimo, Mr. Kiljunen, I have to say. The last speaker which I will have is Ruben Rubinyan from Armenia.
Thank you, Madam Chair, dear colleagues. Exactly 1 year ago on this day, Azerbaijan, breaching its commitment to resolve the Nagorno-Karabakh conflict by peaceful means, which it undertook when becoming a member of the Council of Europe, attacked and started a massive, full-scale war against Nagorno-Karabakh. This came after years of building institutionalized Armenophobia in Azerbaijan and constant warmongering by its leaders. A result of the war, both during and after it, thousands of Armenians lost their homes only because they were Armenian. Cities were shelled, civilians were killed, prisoners of war were summarily executed, bodies were desecrated, ears and limbs were cut, only because they were Armenian. In some footages released, you could hear some of the thousands of terrorist mercenaries which were brought to fight in Karabakh by Turkey, shouting, "Death to infidels, death to Armenian pigs." The presence of these mercenaries from Syria has been confirmed by the state security agencies of France, Russia, Iran, and the United States, international media, human rights watchdogs. Almost a year after signing the trilateral statement which put an end to the war, Azerbaijan keeps dozens of Armenian prisoners of war in an unlawful and cruel captivity. Some of them are even charged with falsified criminal cases. Today, people in the conflict zone and the bordering regions of Armenia and Azerbaijan live in everyday danger. In May 2021, Azerbaijani military units violated the territorial integrity of the Republic of Armenia and illegally crossed the border. Armenian cultural heritage that remains in parts of Nagorno-Karabakh, which came under Azerbaijani control, is under big danger. Many Armenian churches have been already destroyed. Furthermore, in a classic case of falsification of history, Azeri highest officials claim that the Armenian churches in Karabakh are actually not Armenian, but Caucasian Albanian, and this is done with the clear intention to erase the Armenian heritage from Nagorno-Karabakh, and this is deplorable. Dear colleagues, during this 1 year, the leadership of Azerbaijan, including President Aliyev, have made numerous speeches and remarks containing hate speech towards Armenians. Dogs, devils, enemies, these are just some words used to describe me and my people by the Azerbaijani leadership. This is not normal, this is not right. Azerbaijan must be stopped. Institutionalized hatred should stop, including holding prisoners of war as hostages should stop, destroying churches should stop, warmongering should stop. By the way, talking about warmongering, I think we hit a historic moment today because for the first time, one of the members of this assembly openly threatened war in this hemicycle, Mr. Saidov. This is truly historic and deplorable. And concluding, I would like to thank Mr. Gavan for his report. I know it has been hard. And also want to mention that the fact that he wasn't able to visit Nagorno-Karabakh because of Azerbaijan is not a good fact, and it weakened the report. Thank you.
Thank you very much. As I said before, I had to close the speakers list, but speakers who are on the list and who have been present physically or remotely during this debate, and if they don't have been able to speak, they can put their speech to the table office, and then it will be publicized in the official report. There is one thing I have to add. Provided that speakers connected remotely can report their actual presence when the debate is closed. I remind colleagues that typed written text must be submitted electronically no later than 4 hours after the list of speakers is interrupted. And then I call now Mr. Gavan, the rapporteur, to reply to the debate. You have still 3 minutes. Go ahead.
Thank you, Madam President. I want to thank all of the contributors for their thoughtful contributions. I want to tell you about my two most vivid memories of my trips to both Armenia, and Azerbaijan. In Yerevan, I saw the military cemetery and all of the new graves of young men, the same age as my eldest son, 18 in many cases, and the heartbreaking cries of loved ones mourning their lost sons. It was absolutely tragic. I'm sure my colleagues in Azerbaijan could have shown me a similar setting in their country. Equally, when I went to visit Agdam, a city that was once a thriving city of 30,000 people, and when I witnessed firsthand the wasteland that was left there, it was hard to believe a city was actually once there. It was absolutely shocking, and it brings home to me the absolute tragedy and futility of war. And I would respectfully say to Mr. Sayedov, when he says we are not afraid of war, I think every one of us in this chamber should be afraid of war when we see the consequences, when we see what it can do. And having detailed so many issues, I want to try and focus, if I can, on what needs to happen now. Because I can tell you firsthand that there are good people on both sides of this conflict. I can tell you that because I have met them. And we should recognize there has been good cooperation in relation to some issues, in relation to the missing and the dead. And what we need to see is confidence-building measures that will encourage a real dialogue. And hopefully I've spelt out what some of them must be. We must see all prisoners released. We must see all mind maps handed over. And one should not be dependent on the other. It should not be a trade-off. It should be done because it's the right thing to do, because it's what any human rights body worth its name should be calling for. I agree with Madam Trees, the importance of establishing a demilitarized zone. I think that's extremely important. And I do think that parties such as Russia, who have played a very positive role, I have to say, in this to date, have a key role to play there in encouraging that, along with this body. And I agree with the call for the Committee of Ministers to step up after this report and play a more positive role. Finally, I just want to say, let's try and start with ending hate speech. Hate speech, as somebody said earlier, is the prerequisite. It's what happens before war. If we could take that one message away from this debate, let's end hate speech on all sides. It would be a positive step forward today. Thanks again.
Thank you very much, Mr. Kavan, for your impressive report and your impressive debate. And I will call now Mr. Frieders, Chair of the committee, to reply. You also have 3 minutes.
Merci, Madame la Vice-présidente. Mesdames, Messieurs, chers collègues, je serai bref. En septembre dernier, le conflit gelé entre l'Arménie et l'Azerbaïdjan au sujet du Haut-Karabakh a vécu à nouveau des heures sombres dans les circonstances et avec les conséquences que nous connaissons toutes et tous. Les propos lors des débats au sein de notre commission n'ont pas abordé les aspects politiques du conflit. Le travail confié à notre collègue Paul Gavan s'est concentré sur les conséquences humanitaires du conflit. La question en particulier des prisonniers de guerre restants, mais aussi les questions en lien avec les personnes disparues, les personnes décédées, leur identification et la restitution des corps aux familles, et tout ce qui a trait aux problèmes humanitaires vécus par les populations civiles, des populations qui ont tout perdu, souvent poussées à quitter leur lieu de vie, des populations victimes également encore aujourd'hui des champs de mines, sans oublier les destructions liées au patrimoine. Les débats ont été difficiles en commission, les tensions restant vives entre les protagonistes. Et j'aimerais ici saluer l'engagement, la volonté d'objectivité et la capacité d'écoute de Paul Gavan, qui a cherché à comprendre et à établir un état des lieux de la situation humanitaire après ce conflit. Après ce conflit, les problèmes humanitaires subsistants sont donc multiples. Le plus crucial et qui mérite véritablement une solution concernant les problèmes toujours détenus aujourd'hui. À travers ce rapport, Paul Gavan, notre commission et aujourd'hui, je l'espère, notre Assemblée tout entière entendent à l'unisson exprimer un message ferme et clair aux différents protagonistes du conflit pour appeler à l'apaisement,
à la libération de tous les prisonniers restants et à une collaboration de toutes et tous pour contribuer à atténuer autant que possible les souffrances et les difficultés de toutes les victimes directes et indirectes de ce conflit. Encore un grand merci à Paul Gavan pour ce rapport équilibré sur un sujet ô combien délicat et malheureusement porteur de trop nombreux drames humains. Merci pour votre attention.
Thank you very much. I will come now to the consideration of the amendments from the draft resolution, which is in front of us. There are 27 amendments on the draft resolution and 2 amendments on the draft recommendation. The amendments will be taken in the order in which they appear in the compendium. I would strongly remind you that on the amendments there is a limited time from 1 minute. And I ask members of this Parliament who will participate in remote way to ask for the floor only when they have to support their own amendment or when they wish to speak against another amendment. So, and I will be very tough on keeping the 1 minute. So first I would like to call the amendment from Mr. Rubinyan, Amendment 18. You have 1 minute.
Thank you, dear colleagues. The goal of the amendment is to change the text in a way that it's referred to the conflict as a conflict between Armenia and Azerbaijan / Nagorno-Karabakh conflict, because for all this time, when the conflicts existed in all international organizations, including this one, including the OSCE, including also the trilateral statement which put an end to the war of 2020, Nagorno-Karabakh conflict is used as a way of naming this conflict. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Is there anybody who wants to speak against the amendment? Yes. Mr.
My name is Verkin Gaderli. I don't know why. I was told that my seat was changed somehow. I was not informed, so sorry for that. I want to speak against this amendment for the very same reason I made during my point of order. Nagorno-Karabakh is not an international legal entity. Azerbaijan is legally not, it is not possible to have legally a conflict between a state and its part of it. It's an international conflict between Armenia and Azerbaijan. The context of it has always clearly been referred to in the 4 resolutions of the Security Council of the United Nations. So Nagorno-Karabakh conflict, this amendment by Mr. Rubinyan and others should be rejected. Thank you.
Yeah. Then I would like to ask the committee, what is your position on the amendment?
La position est favorable, la commission est favorable par 14 voix contre 7.
Okay, merci beaucoup. So I will put it, the amendment to the vote. The vote is now open. I will close the vote now. Yeah. The vote is closed. The results? 57 in favor, 20 against, 5 abstentions. Thank you very much. Then I come now to support the amendment number 1. 1 minute for Mr. Saidov.
Madam President, this is very, very important amendment because these amendments refer to the roots of the conflict. This conflict has happened because of the provocations made by the leadership of Armenia But much more important, that this conflict occurred because of the absence and visible, tangible results of the international community efforts. In this case, we should take into account that without this, we will be able to achieve something. But as unfortunately, absence of any tangible results went Armenia and Azerbaijan to the conflict. And that's why we should reflect in the report this reality.
Thank you very much. Then I would like to ask now if there is anybody who wants to speak against. Yes, Mr. Romania.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Mr. Saidov basically made my case for me. They openly state that they are proud that they won the war. They threaten with a new war, and the reason that they try to go with this amendment is the following. They want to rationalize in the following way. Since the negotiations didn't have any tangible results, the war happened. And of course the war happened because they attacked. This is an attempt to justify war. Regardless of the fact that the negotiations did bring to tangible results or they didn't, war is wrong. There is no justification to starting a war. And I oppose this amendment. Thank you.
Position of the committee.
La Commission est favorable à une large majorité.
OK, mais je dois le voter. I will put it now to the vote in the hemicycle and via remote. Vote is now open. So I will close the vote now. The results: 68 in favor, 17 minus, and 10 abstentions. Thank you very much. I come now to amendment number 2. Mr. Saidov.
Yeah. Well, in the draft resolution, paragraph 6, we suggest to replace the word concern with the following word notification, as in the notification of the European Court from 16 March 2021. There is no reference to concern on captives. This is not a factual conclusion that one can make from the given notification. It's important that when PASSE refers to a legal document, it should stick to facts. Thank you.
I was told that it would be Mr. Saidov who would say something on this amendment. But then is there, does anyone wants to speak against? No, Mr. Gavan wants to propose a sub-amendment. Mr. Gavan, you have the floor.
Thank you, Madam President. Yes, I'm suggesting that we replace the words "the concerns of" with the words "with concern, the notification by." In other words, the new sentence would read, "The Assembly, however, notes with concern the notification by the European Court of Human Rights."
My oral amendment meets the criteria of rule. Is there any objection of the oral amendments being debated? I don't see that. This objection, so that means if there is no objection from 10 or more members, then I can put it to the vote. Yeah? Okay.
Suggested to replace the word concern is that because here it speaks about the court.
But do you have the support of 10 members? Because that is what I asked for.
No, I wanted to just object to oral amendment because the gentleman proposed to have notification with concern. That's why.
You need 10 members. And I don't see them 10. Okay? So that means does anyone want to speak against the oral amendment? No? Huh? Yeah. So, Mr. Gavan.
I would ask that we support the oral amendment. I'll just repeat it. It would mean that the sentence would now read, the Assembly, however, notes with concern the notification by the European Court of Human Rights.
So, the opinion of Mr. Seydov, because you are introducing the main amendment.
Madam President, I am in favor of the sub-amendments which presented by Mr. Haven.
Thank you very much. Then I ask the position of the committee. In favor? Yeah.
La Commission était favorable à l'unanimité.
Okay, merci beaucoup. Then I will now put oral sub-amendment 1 to the vote. The vote is open. I will close the vote now. The results. The results. In favor, 92. Against, 1, abstentions 2. Thank you very much. And I go now to the main amendment. Does anyone wish to speak against the amendment as amended? I don't see. What is the opinion of the committee? In favor?
Unanimement favorable.
Okay, merci. So I shall now put amendment 2 to the vote. The vote is open. Okay, I will close now and ask for the results. So, amendment 2 is agreed with 95 in favor, 5 against and 2 abstentions. I go now to amendment number 3. And if my notes are right, it's Mr. Seydov who wants to support it.
Excuse me. Hello. Yes, Madam Chairperson. We proposed amendment number 3 to add the words made by Armenia after the word allegations, because all the allegations put forward by Armenia, we oppose it, and that's why the made by Armenia word should be there, because Azerbaijan is committed to the norms and principles of international humanitarian law. We have provided open access to the International Red Cross. They have freely visited the Armenian captives, and we have provided also the related information to the European Court of Human Rights and relevant agencies. That's why here we propose to put made by Armenia after the word of allegations.
Thank you very much. Then I would like to ask someone to speak against. Yes? You have the floor.
Thank you, dear colleagues. What our Azeri colleagues just said is simply not true, and these allegations were made not just by Armenia, but by many reputable human rights watchdog organizations, international media, and other countries. So we are against this amendment. Thank you.
Yeah. Okay, thank you very much, Mr. Rubignan. The committee.
La Commission est favorable à une large majorité.
Comité favorable. Alors, we have to vote. I shall put now the amendment to the vote. So, who's in favor of amendment number 3? Vote is open. Yeah, I will close the vote now. The result will be displayed. $80 in favor, 15 against, 9 abstentions. I come now to the vote on amendment number 4. I call someone to support it. The lady.
Hello. Yes, from Azerbaijani delegation, Nigar Arpadarei. Yeah. In the amendment number 4, after the word which, we suggest to add the following word may, as we feel that Parliamentary Assembly of the Council of Europe should not be so affirmative when it comes to respect for the Convention without any proper examination of these cases by the European Court or any other international instance. Rights of all persons of Armenian origin were duly provided during their court trials.
Okay, thank you very much. Then I will ask, is there someone who wishes to speak against the amendment? Mr. Rubenjov.
Thank you, dear colleagues. It's very simple. There are Armenians who are undergoing or have undergone speedy criminal trials in Azerbaijan, and they are prisoners of war, but Azerbaijan is trying them. So the question is very simple. Does this raise fair trial issues or not? They are saying this may raise fair trial issues. I'm saying this does raise fair trial issues. So you decide, and I hope you will decide to reject this amendment. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Rubenjan. The position of the committee?
La Commission est largement favorable.
Okay, I will put it to the vote now. The vote is open. I will close the vote now and ask for the result. Was already closed. The result is 72 in favor, 17 against, and 11 abstentions. And I was asked to go a bit slower. I was too fast closing the voting process. So I will do my utmost to do so. Then amendment 4 was accepted. Then I come now to Amendment 20. And who wants to support Amendment 20? Okay, the chair of the committee. No.
L'amendement 20 a été retiré.
Ah.
Pardon, je me suis trompé. Excusez-moi.
Okay, Mr. Rubenjan. He wants to support. Mr. Rubenjan. He moved the amendment, so you are free to support.
Thank you. Dear colleagues, in the original text, the Assembly calls on the Azerbaijani authorities to release all remaining captives and return them to Armenia without further delay. We suggest to add the words to fulfill their obligations and release. Why? Because it's important to stress that this is an international obligation of Azerbaijan. And most of you probably heard that our Azeri colleagues deny that there are any Armenian captives or say that they are criminals or terrorists. So it's very important to stress again that they have an obligation to release these people. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Rubenjan. Who wants to speak against? The gentleman.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I oppose this amendment from the purely legal point of view. It's redundant because it doesn't add any substantial meaning, but it's also confusing because it's too vague. Such an open-textured amendment could mean anything and could lead anywhere. That's why it should be rejected, so let us stick to the original text of the paragraph 6.7. Thank you.
Sorry, Mr. Ganjaliev. Right? Huh? Yes? Ganjalev. Yeah? No? Okay. So you are moving. The rule is now that everybody is moving the whole day on places. So it's quite difficult to look for the names. Mr. Gadirli. Okay. Thanks to the help from the Secretariat. What is the position of the committee?
La Commission est contre à une large majorité.
Okay. So I will put now the amendment to the vote. I open the vote. I will close the vote. I will close the vote. The results will be displayed. "14 in favor, 78 against, and 8 abstentions. So the amendment is not accepted. Then I come to amendment number 5. Who wants to say something on the amendment?
Madam President.
I understand that Mr. Seydov wishes to withdraw the amendment.
Yes, you're absolutely right, Madam President.
Yeah, okay. Is there anybody else who wants to support this amendment? I don't see. What is the position of the committee? Happy? So
Cet amendement a été retiré.
No, it's withdrawn. Yeah, it's withdrawn. My papers. Okay. So thank you very much. It's withdrawn. And then I come to amendment number 6. Who wants to support that amendment? Mr. Seydov.
This is very important because we should be very predict in our wordings. And when we said that we have worrying evidences, it means you have something in your hands. My Armenian colleagues very frequently said that they have a lot of shootings, photos, videos, etc. But all these evidences came from the not reliable sources. Instead of that, taking into account that this is very important para, our suggestion is to write there are worrying reports on, because everybody can read some reports which produced by different sources. That's why I think very important to support this report. Thank you very much. Support this amendment.
Thank you very much. Then who will speak against? I don't see. Mr. Rubinyan? And I also see that Mr. Gavan wants to...
If Mr. Gavan wants to, let him speak.
Yeah, let him speak, Mr. Gavan.
I want to suggest a compromise here. I want to suggest that we replace the words "there is worrying evidence of" with the words "there are worrying allegations and evidence of." I want to do this because it is true that there are allegations and it is also true that there is evidence. So that's my proposal as an oral sub-amendment.
Okay. In our opinion, the oral sub-amendment meets the criteria of the rules. Is there any objection to the oral sub-amendment? I don't see. So then I go now to the next. Mr. Gavan, I call you to support the oral sub-amendment.
I propose the oral sub-amendment.
Yeah. And nobody wants to speak against. What is the mover of the? What is the opinion of the mover of the original amendment?
Of course, Madam President, there is some doubts about the formula which presented by rapporteur, but taking into account that we have to keep the spirit of compromises, we are not in favor and we are not against. We abstain. We keeping our abstain.
Okay. What is the opinion of the committee?
Au vote unanimement en faveur.
En faveur. So I will now put the oral sub-amendments 2 to the vote. Vote is open. Oral sub-amendment is, vote is closed. The oral sub-amendment is accepted by 82 votes in favor, 2 against and 21 abstention. I go on now to the consider the main amendment. Does anyone wish to speak against the main amendment? I don't see. What is the opinion of the committee on the main amendment?
En faveur.
En faveur. I will now put amendment 6 as amended to the vote. The vote is opened now. I will close the vote. Results will be displayed. (83 in favor, 7 against and 15 abstentions. Amendment 6 as amendment is agreed. Then I come now to amendment number 7. I call now someone to support. Mr. Seedorf.
Madam President, this is very important amendment because our delegation is in favor to withdraw the word systematic. This is absolutely out of reality. We have a lot of evidences of different kind of crimes which made by Armenian side. But when rapporteur writing about Armenian side, he said just allegation, and in our case, he said systematic.
Yeah.
And that's why, of course, this is not acceptable, because systematic means some kind of system which is not existing. And I ask my colleague to support this amendment and to withdraw the word systematic from the text. Thank you.
I'm informed that the rapporteur will replace with an oral amendment. Rapporteur.
Thank you, Madam President. Yes, I want to propose that we replace the word systematic with the word consistent. So let me give you the full revised sentence. It would read as follows. Yeah. A substantial number of consistent allegations of inhuman and degrading treatment and torture.
Is there any objection to the oral sub-amendment being debated? I don't see. If that's not the case, then we go to the vote. Who wants to speak against? No? The opinion of the committee on sub-amendment is in favor. I now put...
Favorable à une large majorité.
Yeah. I now put the oral sub-amendment 3 to the vote. The vote is open. Yeah. The vote is closed now. Yeah. It's closed. 92 in favor, 4 against and 5 abstentions. So that means that the oral supplement number 3 is agreed. We will now consider the main amendment. Does anybody want to speak against that amendment? Don't see. What is the opinion of the committee?
Favorable à une large majorité.
Okay, so I shall now put amendment number 7 to the vote. The vote, I declare it open now. Yeah? You can close? No, not yet. I can close it now, I think. Yeah. I will close the vote now. Results will be displayed. The result is 88 in favor, 4 against, and 8 abstentions. So the amendment number 7 is agreed. Then I come to amendment number 8. Who wants to support amendment 8?
Yes, Madam President. We propose to add the words particularly in places not located in the conflict zone to the paragraph 8.4 after the word civilians, because you know that while during the 44 days of war last year, while Azerbaijan is strictly following the humanitarian international law and also the requirements of the law of the armed conflict, unfortunately Armenia did vice versa. Armenia attacked civilians, the biggest cities of Azerbaijan far from the conflict zone. For example, the second biggest city of Azerbaijan, Ganja, was attacked and a downtown district was wiped out by the ballistic missiles. Even the capital of Azerbaijan, the city of Baku, was attacked, and it was just because of Azerbaijan air defense systems intercepted the ballistic missile coming from Armenia and targeting the capital of Azerbaijan. So in this case, it's very important to add this phrase, particularly in places not located in the conflict zone, because...
Thank you very much. Then, who wants to speak against? Mr. Rubinyan?
Dear colleagues, first of all, what our colleague just said is false. And secondly, what's the aim of this amendment? In the original text, the concern is about indiscriminate use of weapons, killing and injuring civilians. They want to add the following: particularly in places not located in the conflict zone. So do I understand it right? It's particularly not okay to kill civilians in cities which are a bit further from the conflict zone, but in cities which are in the conflict zones, it's kind of fine to kill civilians with indiscriminate weapons. Because this is the logic of this amendment. I think this is very wrong. We can't put distinctions between civilians based on where they live. So if they happen to be born and live in a city which is in a conflict zone, they are second-class civilians, right? I strongly oppose this amendment. I don't understand why our distinguished rapporteur has been supportive of this.
Thank you very much.
Please vote against. Thank you.
Thank you very much. What is the position of the committee?
La Commission est en faveur à une large majorité.
Okay, merci beaucoup. I will open the vote now on the amendment number 8. Vote is open. Vote is closed. The result? (72 in favor, 17 against, and 18 abstentions. So that means that amendment number 8 is agreed to. Then I come to amendment number 16. Amendment number 16 has to be supported. Mr. Yildiz or someone else?
Yes, Madam Chair. Indeed, this sentence talks about worrying evidence, but there is no evidence. These allegations regarding the use of mercenaries by Azerbaijan with assistance of Turkey is false and fabricated by Armenian circles. So there is no compelling evidence. This is allegation, but the evidence is just about the involvement of Armenian mercenaries from all around the world. Let's separate this. I will appreciate if the rapporteur take this accordingly. Thank you.
Who wants to speak against? Mr. Yilmaz? Rubian.
Thank you, dear colleagues. The use of mercenaries from Syria by Azerbaijan with Turkey's assistance is a fact. This fact has been confirmed by state security agencies of Iran, Russia, France, the USA, international media outlets, human watchdog NGOs. So this is the truth and this should be displayed. Thank you.
What is the position of the committee? Thank you very much. What is the position of the committee?
La Commission est contre à une large majorité.
So against with a large majority. So I put the amendment on to the vote. Vote on the amendment number 16. Vote is open. We can close the votes now. Expecting the results. The amendment is not accepted. 26 in favor, 68 against, and 8 abstentions. So the amendment 16 is rejected. I come now to the amendment number 9. Will have support from whom?
Yes.
Mr. Gonzalez. Mr. Gonzalez.
Yes.
You have the floor. 1 minute.
Yes, amendment number 9. We propose to add the following words, allegations of. You know, this stuff relating to mercenaries is purely allegations made by Armenia. That's why this phrase, allegations of, must be here in this amendment, because no sound evidence has been provided up to date to Azerbaijan. It's just fabrications, accusations, you know, these allegations put forward by Armenia. That's why it's important to include these words into this amendment, just for the sake of impartiality of the report. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Who wants to speak against? Mr. Rubinian.
Again, it's very hard to argue with facts. The use of Syrian mercenaries by Azerbaijan is an established fact, and you can call it a fabrication thousands of times. It won't make these facts fabrications. Thank you.
Thank you very much. The position of the committee, the chair.
La Commission est contre à une large majorité.
Okay, so I will put it with this advice to the vote. Vote is open. The vote is closed. The results, please. The amendment is rejected with 28 in favor, 68 against, and 10 abstentions. Thank you very much. Then I come now to amendment 21. I understand that Mr. Roumanian wishes to withdraw Amendment 21. I don't see someone who wants to introduce this amendment. So I can go then to the amendment 29. Who wants to support amendment 29? Oh, Mr. Roumanian.
Thank you, dear colleagues. The purpose of the amendment is to better reflect the reality, and the reality is that there is a huge difference between an organized use of thousands of Syrian mercenaries by two countries, meaning Turkey transporting them and Azerbaijan using them or them using it together, and an alleged presence of a couple of ethnic Armenian volunteers during the war, and this should be reflected. Thank you.
Okay. Who wants to speak against? Mr. Gadiali. I'm okay now?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I oppose this amendment.
Yeah.
The original text is correct and factually provable. The Armenian volunteers, obviously they didn't travel by airplane with weapons. They came to Armenia, they were provided with ammunition, with weapons, they were training camps, and they were proudly sharing the videos in the social media that they came to fight against Azerbaijan. So Armenia was directly involved, and Armenia was in fact an organizer of these mercenaries.
Position of the committee?
La Commission est contre à une large majorité.
Yeah. Okay, with this advice I will put it to the vote. Vote is open. Amendment 29. I will close the vote now. The results. (16 in favor, 78 against, 11 abstentions. So that means that amendment 29 is rejected. Then I come to amendment number 10. I understand that amendment 10 will be withdrawn, and there is someone who wants to move an oral amendment as follows: introduce in the paragraph 9 of the draft resolution, insert a new paragraph. Appropriate investigations should also be carried out in relation to allegations of crimes, war crimes or other wrongful acts which took place during the 91-94 war, for which there should be similar accountability. I remind the Assembly of Rule 34.7, which enables the President to accept an oral amendment or a sub-amendment on the grounds of promoting clarity, accuracy, or conciliation, and if there is no opposition from 10 or more members to it being debated. What is the view of the committee?
Est favorable à cette proposition, qui était une proposition de consensus.
Okay, so there is a consensus. So in the opinion of the committee, this amendment meets the criteria of Rule 34, but there is an objection. Mr. Roumanian.
Dear colleagues, first of all, this is not the objection to the oral amendment. I want to inform you that there was no consensus in the committee about this issue. It was not voted. So the committee does have doesn't have any opinion on this for this very simple reason that this amendment, this oral amendment, wasn't presented during the committee meeting, and it wasn't voted for. So you say how it go from here.
So conciliation here for in the team, the president of the committee. Then I give Mr. Seydov the floor.
Donc effectivement, il n'y a pas eu de vote. L'idée était de trouver, en fait, c'est la proposition du rapporteur qui a fait cette proposition qui en fait n'a pas été contestée, mais il était censé la faire ici dans le plénum, et j'ai interprété ça comme un consensus, ce qui était peut-être faux.
Mr. Seydov? Mr. Seydov?
Point of order, and I think we just listened the chair of the committee. He's absolutely right. I had an amendment, then Mr. Havan presented oral sub-amendment, and committee has decided unanimously to present this amendment for the vote here at the hemicycle. This is what had happened at the committee, and I don't understand my Armenian colleague why he tried to mislead the members of the assembly.
I go to the committee. Yeah, point of order.
Dear colleagues, it's very, very clear. There was a committee sitting. During the committee sitting, there was no oral amendment made. Hence, there was no oral amendment discussed, and there was no oral amendment voted for.
What to do now?
This is a fact. Please check this fact. And plus, there couldn't have been any consensus in the committee because, as you see, I'm not very consensus-minded on this issue. Thank you.
Do you oppose the amendment, the oral amendment?
My problem as of now, we will come to this on a later stage. This is not about me opposing or not opposing this amendment.
Yeah, but it's my question. That's to you. Do you oppose it or not?
Well, I actually have a sub-amendment to this oral amendment then. But we'll first have to establish what's the procedure, because this amendment hasn't been voted for in the committee.
I trust the bureau of the committee, president of the committee. Give us advice.
Donc on était pris par énormément d'amendements et en fait un temps restreint, ce qui fait que sur ce point-là précis, il y a eu une proposition faite par le rapporteur qui proposait en fait d'ajouter un amendement supplémentaire, enfin un paragraphe supplémentaire pour résumer un petit peu la problématique. Et en fait, il y a eu, de mon point de vue, un accord tacite pour aller dans ce sens-là. Mais si on veut être clair, il n'y a pas eu de vote de commission, effectivement. Donc il n'y a pas de position claire de la commission.
Il n'y a pas de position claire. Alors, the original mover of the amendment wants to withdraw. That's one. Yeah? Oh, Mr. Seydov.
Madam President, I don't understand why my colleague Mr. Rubinian tried to absolutely misinterpret the decision of the committee. I want to repeat, I have to repeat again, committee chair is here, the rapporteur is here, these oral amendment presented to the committee, and committee unanimously agreed to put this oral amendment to the vote here, not at the committee. And we did it, we agreed all. And now he said that this is not a procedure, which is absolutely vivid example. He tried to mislead the committee meeting decision.
From my understanding, the amendment would be withdrawn under the condition that there would be an oral amendment. Is that right? I ask the rapporteur and the chair of the committee.
Yes, that's my understanding. My understanding is that an oral sub-amendment would have to come from a member of the Assembly. And I understand it's come from Mr. Seydov. So the amendment, the oral amendment that you refer to, Madam President, is correct. And it was discussed in committee. It wasn't voted on committee because it was, the understanding was that Mr. Seydov may choose to make that as an oral sub-amendment here.
So,
and then we can vote on it.
It's clear. So that means that we will have to vote on the sub-amendment. Oral amendments, I would like to say. Yeah. Is there anybody who wants to object? Mr. Rubeljan? Yes? 10. I don't see. I don't see 10 people to object. No, it's not but I don't see. I only see 2. So we have to move on. Yeah. Point of order.
Thank you, Madam Chair, for your patience. Just to clarify, so now did we establish that the committee doesn't have opinion because it hasn't voted for it?
No.
No?
No. I asked you for the I asked for the proceeding. The amendment would be withdrawn under the condition that an oral amendment would be introduced. So what I'm asking you, you are not in favor of introducing that oral amendment. So that means if you want to ask the plenary not to vote it, then you need to have 10 persons who want to reject it. I don't see the 10 persons, so I will put it on the vote, to the vote. Okay? So I will put the oral amendment to the vote. I will open the vote now. In the middle of the vote, there is no point of order. So, I close the vote and I would like to ask for the result. "59 in favor, 9 against, and 26 abstentions, so that means that the oral amendment is accepted. Yeah, Mr. Rubeljan, point of order.
I'm sorry, Madam Chair, but I have to challenge this vote for a very simple reason. The whole semicircle and all following us online have been misled. Because at the end of the process, no one understood clearly what was the position of the committee. People have been misled that the committee has a position which is in favor of the amendment. This is not the case. And I challenge this vote.
No, I think I was very clear when I told you and I told the hemicycle that the amendment would be withdrawn if the oral amendment would be accepted. That is the case, and that is what we voted. As simple as that. So I go on to amendment number 17. Mr. Vaganov, yes.
I'm sorry, Madam Chair, to say this, but I would like to remind you and everybody here that we are still in the hybrid format. The hybrid format has its specifics, this first. The second, when we are speaking about oral sub-amendment, we need to at least have it somehow listened before voting. The third, how it is possible to communicate with the people who are in a hybrid format, who are trying to understand what's going on. Plus, how it is possible to understand where is the consensus. Then the chair of the committee said that, frankly speaking, we had no voting, but you continue to discuss this issue as an issue which is under the procedure. I would like kindly to request you and all my colleagues be quite precise dealing with the procedure, since we are discussing a very sensitive issue for our region. Thank you.
Okay, thanks a lot. Thanks a lot. I did explain it twice, 3 times, so I think if I was clear enough. Mrs. Tries. You want to add something?
Oui, un point à l'ordre également, un point d'ordre. Moi, je n'ai pas trop bien compris parce qu'on vote sur le fait d'avoir un amendement oral, mais moi, depuis 10 minutes, je n'arrive pas à savoir quel est le contenu de cet amendement oral. Et j'aimerais bien savoir de quoi on parle aujourd'hui, parce qu'on est dans un cafouillage. Les gens, ils vont voter. À mon avis, je ne suis pas sûre qu'ils savent pourquoi ils votent, ce qui est quand même grave.
Madame Tries, I did read it, not in French, but in English. It was clear enough. I reread it 2 times. I said that Mr. Seydov was willing to withdraw amendment number 10 in the case, or as a condition, when the amendment appropriate investigation should also be carried out in relation to allegations of crimes, war crimes, or other wrongful acts which took place during the 91 and 94 war, for which there should be similar accountability. I read it clearly. So I can't help when you didn't hear it. And at the end, it is the chair of this plenary who takes a decision. So I want to go on to amendment number 17. So, no, not. Mr. Yildiz, you want to support amendment number 17?
Yes, Madam Chair,
Okay.
we tabled this amendment because indeed the involvement of the name of my country on this issue was wrong from the beginning, and supporting that the interim measure against Turkey was lifted by the court on 1st of December 2020. So there is no interim measure in effect, and pursuant to Article 46 of the Convention, only final judgments rather than the finding of the court are binding. That's why I ask the colleagues to accept this amendment. Thank you.
Okay, then is there anybody who wants to speak against the amendment? Mr. Yes? Mr. Rubinjan.
Thank you. Madam Chair, regarding the previous amendments, let's be honest, the regulations were broken. And regarding this amendment, I'm against this amendment.
You are against, okay. So, what is the position of the committee?
La Commission est opposée à une large majorité.
Okay. With that advice, I will bring it to the vote. The vote is open now. I will put amendment number 17 to the vote. Vote is open. Close the vote now. The results will be displayed. Okay. The result: 25 in favor, 68 against, 6 abstentions. So that means that amendment number 17 is not accepted. I come now to amendment number 22. I understand that Mr. Rubinjan wishes to withdraw amendment 22. Is that right? Okay. Then is there anybody who wants to move this amendment? I don't see. So then I go to the next one. That is amendment number 27. I call Mr. Rubinjan to support this amendment, if he wants. Yeah.
Thank you. We suggest to add the words "by the international community" to stress that the Armenian people, which we refer to in the text, feel abandoned by the international community. Thank you.
Who wants to speak against? Mr.
Madam
Seydov.
President, thank you. Thank you. That's really not so easy to work with those who are not able to accept the facts which just a couple of hours before had happened. With this amendment, we are completely against, because Red Cross has complete access to the region. And at my speech during the discussion, I said that a lot of Armenians now appeal to the authorities of Azerbaijan to work together. And that's why the region is open. And that's why we're absolutely against this amendment. Thank you.
Thank you very much. What is the position of the committee?
La Commission est favorable à une large majorité.
Okay. With this advice, I will open the vote. Vote for amendment number 27. So I will close the vote now. Result will be displayed. Yep. Takes time. Okay, this amendment is accepted. 65 votes in favor, 24 against, and 6 abstentions. So that means that amendment number 27 is agreed. Now I go on to amendment number 11. I call for support for amendment 11. Mr. Saidov? Oh, the lady.
Yes, Arpadarai. Well, in the resolution, in paragraph 18.2, we suggest to delete the word deliberately, because we don't really understand how one can claim that Azerbaijan deliberately caused damage to its own cultural heritage on its own territory. Well, these are just speculations and baseless, groundless speculations spread by Armenian side. So we think that it should be deleted. Thank you.
Okay, who wants to speak against? Yeah, Mr. Rubinyan.
I oppose the amendment because, let's agree, you can't really shell one historic church twice in 2 days and claim that it was not deliberate. And plus there are numerous footages of Azeri soldiers in an organized way destroying Armenian religious monuments, including ancient medieval churches. So, oppose the amendment.
So, the position of the committee, rejected.
La Commission est contre à une large majorité.
Okay, so I will put it to the vote. Amendment number 11, the vote is open. Okay, I will close the vote now. So amendment number 11 is rejected by 69 votes, 24 in favor and 5 abstentions. So I come now to amendment number 12, and I understand that Mr. Saidov would like to withdraw amendment number 12. Is there anybody who wants to move this amendment? I don't see so. So I can go to the next one. That is amendment number 13. I call for support of amendment number 13. 1 minute.
Yes, Madam Chairperson.
Okay.
Here in this amendment, we propose to add the words Kazanchi Church because it has some even personal connection with this amendment. Because I am coming from the city of Shusha, I was born there and I lived in this city. And we had family, we had house, my family lived there, and we spent many years visiting this church. And this church has always been called Kazanchi. So being under Armenian occupation doesn't mean that you can have only Armenian version of this name. So it's natural that we propose to add the original name, which is the Kazanchi Church, to this amendment, to this report. Thank you very much.
Mr. Ganjayev. Then who wants to speak against? Yep. You have the floor.
Thank you, dear colleagues. I oppose this amendment because it contains historical revisionism or falsification of history. How can an Armenian church have an original Azeri name? Doesn't this sound strange? This church was built in 19th century by Armenians, for Armenians. It belonged to the Armenian church. As far as I know, our Azeri colleagues don't contest this fact. So why, on the one hand, we condemn the so-called Caucasian Albanian legend. On the other hand, we want to do what is proposed. I think it's not the way to go forward, and I urge you to reject the amendment. Thank you.
Thank you very much. What is the position of the committee?
La Commission est favorable à une large majorité.
Favorable. Okay, then I call the plenary to vote. Vote is open. Amendment number 13. In the explanation I just heard, the Kazanchi Church, and that is what was. Yeah. That's a failure on the screen. But I announce amendment number 13. Yeah.
We stop the vote and we restart.
Yeah. Oui. J'ai bien annoncé le 13. There was an error at the screen. So I open the vote on amendment number 13. It was on the screen only. Yeah. Yeah. So I will close now the vote on amendment number 13. The results. The result. This amendment is accepted by 60 votes in favor, 15 against and 17 abstentions. Thanks a lot. And I come now to amendment number 14. And also there, I ask someone to support it. Mr. Seydov, or no, Mrs.
Arpadarai.
Mrs. Arpadara Nigar. Yes,
thank you, Madam Chair. We are actually suggesting to remove the wording, in particular in relation to Azerbaijan. I don't really understand why we are singling out Azerbaijan when we speak about the hate speech and hate crimes. You know, Azerbaijan was a victim of Armenia. Azerbaijan was faced the aggression and occupation, and there's a very simple fact. If you look at Armenia, there is not a single person, not a single Azerbaijani living in Armenia at the moment. However, there are 30,000 Armenians living in Azerbaijan at this very moment. So I think this is a fact which shows it all. So I don't understand why we are singling out Azerbaijan in this case. Thank you.
Okay, thanks a lot. Of course, Mr. Robinyan, who wants to take the floor, to be against. Robin.
The information provided by Madame Arpadara is not true, unfortunately. Regarding the amendment, it is explained why Azerbaijan is singled out in the original text. It says, in relation to Azerbaijan, which has also been criticized by the Advisory Committee on the Framework Convention for the Protection of National Minorities. This is why Azerbaijan is singled out. I am against the amendment. Thank you.
Thank you very much. The position of the Commission, the committee?
La Commission est opposée à une large majorité.
The committee is against this amendment. I put it now on to the vote. Vote is open. Amendment 14. This takes time. I think I can close the vote. The result will be displayed. So this amendment is not accepted. 74 votes against, 26 in favor, and 1 abstention. So I come now to Amendment 25. Yeah. I have here 25, that's the problem. 26, yes, yes. I call Mr. Roumanian to support Amendment 26.
Thank you. While it is true that during the war, and also before the war and after the war, there has been hate speech, both in Armenia and Azerbaijan, on the level of ordinary people, there is a big distinction, however. When we're talking about Azerbaijan, there is an institutionalized hate speech. We see high-ranking Azeri officials, including the president, making remarks which contain hate speech practically every week or month, while it is not the case for Armenia. That's why I suggest to delete the words by both sides. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Who wants to speak against the amendment?
We are strongly against this amendment, as Armenia is trying to release itself of the accountability, because Armenia should be held accountable for the hate crimes, for the war crimes it created. So this wording, both sides, should stay here, at least, because just one fact, Armenia's former President Sarkisyan has admitted, has confessed that they organized the Khojaly genocide, they committed this genocide. So this kind of things shouldn't be left aside. We strongly against that. Thank you.
So, thank you, Mrs. Apadarai. And I go now to the committee.
La Commission est contre, à une large majorité.
Large majority, so I open the vote on amendment number 26. Vote is open. Vote is closed. So rejected by 77, in favor 14, and abstentions 8. Thank you very much. And I come now to amendment number 19. Mr. Roumanian.
Thank you. The reason for this amendment is the following. We can't really welcome the statements from Azerbaijan that Azerbaijan is proud of its multiculturalism, because if it was really proud, or if there was really multiculturalism in Azerbaijan, we wouldn't be having this discussion, this report wouldn't exist, the war wouldn't exist, and all this wouldn't exist. So you can't be welcoming this. And on the other hand, you can't really just take note or just note that there remain statements at the highest level which continue to portray Armenians in intolerant fashion in Azerbaijan.
Yeah.
This is something to regret. So let's regret this. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I am being informed that Mr. Gavan wishes to propose an oral sub-amendment on behalf of the Committee on Migration. in Amendment 19, replace the word welcomes with the words is aware of. In my opinion, the oral sub-amendment meets the criteria of Rule 34.7 and 67.4. Is there any objection to the oral sub-amendment? I don't see that. That means that I call Mr. Gavan to support the oral amendment, but he does, I think. Yep. What is the opinion of the mover of the original, the main amendment? Mr. Seedorf? Huh? You are in favor? No? Okay. Mr. Seedorf?
Thank you, Madam President. Actually, I kept my silence because my opinion also was expressed during the committee meeting. The rapporteur made his oral sub-amendment. Of course, this is his responsibility, but it sounds a little bit strange that we are not accepted the reality. Different kind of ethnic groups, minorities, nations, nationalities living in Azerbaijan without any kind of problem. And we are proud of that. And if Mr. Rubinian is not happy with that, that's his problem. But this is the reality, and that's we have to accept that this is a very welcome fact. And of course, if Mr. Rapporteur is going to do some additional amendments, oral sub-amendments, what can we do? But the reality is like that.
Okay, then I will now put our sub-amendment number 4 to the vote. Who's in favor? No, he did it. He said it before. Yeah. Yeah. No, he didn't say it. I asked him. I think that we can close. So I would like to have the result displayed. "54 in favor, 16 against, and 13 abstentions." So that means that the oral sub-amendment number 4 is agreed to. And then we will now consider the main amendment as amended. Who wants to speak against that amendment? Nobody. So what is the opinion of the committee?
La Commission est favorable à une large majorité.
Okay, so I put it to the vote. The vote is open now on the amendment 19 as amended. I think I can close the vote now. So, "74 in favor, 15 against, and 5 abstentions." So that means that Amendment 26, as amended, is agreed to. As amended. So I come now to Amendment number 15. What did I say? Amendment 19, I had to say. Yes, sir. Apologize. So I come now to amendment number 15. Who will support? Mr. Seedorf.
Thank you, Madam President. This is very important because we already saw in the text the same wording. This is the first reason. And the second one, I already mentioned that we have absolutely open access to the Red Cross to the region. An international community can come and can investigate situation under the auspices of the Azerbaijani authorities. This is essential one. But repetition, which we already saw in the report, is not good for report. And that's why, of course, in our case, our amendment is to delete this para from the draft report.
Okay, thank you very much. Who wants to speak against? Mr. Rubinyan?
Thank you. Dear colleagues, the rapporteur of this report wasn't able to travel to Nagorno-Karabakh. So I would have a very hard time to understand how anyone, including the rapporteur, could support such an amendment withdrawing the text which says that it's a problem that there is lack of access by international organizations to the Nagorno-Karabakh region. I want to tell you that, of course, the committee was in favor of this amendment, but I think we should reject this amendment. Thank you.
Okay, what is the position of the committee?
La Commission est favorable à une large majorité.
Okay. So that means that I put it to the vote. Amendment number 15. Vote is open. Hè? I can close the vote now. Results will be displayed. Yeah, oh yeah, I didn't close. Yeah. I said only that the results should be displayed. So the amendment is accepted by 71 in favor, 20 against, 7 abstentions. So I come now to amendment number 24, but I understand that Mr. Rumignan wishes to withdraw amendment 24. Is there anybody else who wants to support this amendment? Or to take it over? No? So that means that I can go to amendment 28. That is an amendment to the title of the draft resolution. I call Mr. Rubinyan to support amendment 28.
Thank you, Madam Chairperson. Dear colleagues, you remember in the very first amendment that we discussed, Amendment 18, we changed the name of the conflict and added the following words, / the Nagorno-Karabakh conflict. So this is the same, but it is in the title to correspond to already what we did. Thank you.
Does anybody want to speak against Mr. Seydov?
Ladies and gentlemen, dear colleagues, you know, the half of the day we are discussing the humanitarian consequences of the war. It's not in not so easy surrounding, not so easy atmosphere. And now what can we see? That my Armenian colleagues try absolutely change the essence of the report. Because this is a conflict between Armenia and Azerbaijan. Thousands of my soldiers have been killed there. Thousands of Armenians have been killed there. And negotiation, even within the Minsk group, goes only and went only between Armenia and Azerbaijan. And now we can see that they are going not only put the word Nagorno-Karabakh within the text, but they try to change the title of the report, the title which accepted by the Bureau of this Assembly. That's why I am against. Thank you.
Okay. What is the position of the committee?
Favorable à une large majorité.
Favorable amendment 28. So I open, with that advice, I open the vote now. So I close the vote now. I close the vote. So the result will be told. I'm waiting for the display. Yes, the amendment 28 is accepted by 76 votes, 18 against and 3 votes abstains. 3 abstentions. So I come now to the draft resolution. There we need a simple majority. We will now proceed to the vote on that draft resolution contained in document 15363 as amended. A simple majority is required, as I just said. Members present in the chamber should use the hemicycle voting system. Members participating remotely should vote using the remote voting system. The vote in the hemicycle and via remote voting, I declare it now as open. Okay, then I close the vote. The results will be displayed. The draft resolution in this document, as amended, is accepted, is adopted by 80 votes, 18 against and 3 abstentions. Thank you very much. So, but now we also have to consider the draft recommendation to which 2 amendments have been tabled. So I come to those amendments. First, amendment number 23. From Mr. Rubignan. I ask you to support if you want.
Thank you. Dear colleagues, it's exactly the same as the previous amendment, but for the draft recommendation. So for the title of the draft recommendation and for the text of the draft recommendation against Nagorno-Karabakh. Thank you.
Okay. I'm just advised that because of the fact that 23 is the same as 28, we don't need to vote on it. We accept it. Okay? Then I go on, but there is still a sub-amendment to amendment 23. It's also adopted. Okay? Then I move to amendment number 25. 25. It's also here that I call Mr. Rubignan to support the amendments.
Thank you. Well, since we suggest to delete the words between the 2 countries, because while it is true that Armenia and Azerbaijan are 2 countries which are involved in the Nagorno-Karabakh conflict, but they are not the only entities which are involved. For example, when Armenia and Azerbaijan were becoming members of the Council of Europe, Azerbaijan undertook an obligation to resolve the Nagorno-Karabakh conflict peacefully, while Armenia undertook an obligation to use its influence on Nagorno-Karabakh to solve the conflict peacefully. So by deleting between the 2 countries, we present the situation in a more justified way. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Who wants to speak against? That is Mrs.
Arpadaray.
Yeah.
Dear Madam Chair, dear colleagues,
me.
this distinguished assembly has a tendency for looking for truth in gray zones sometimes, but the truth is there. It's white and shiny. Armenia has been occupying the land of Azerbaijan for 30 years. Azerbaijan is a victim of Armenia's aggression. So we are against of all these changes and all these amendments done by the Armenian side. because this is the conflict between Armenia and Azerbaijan. Azerbaijan is a victim, Armenia is the aggressor. This is as simple as that. Against.
Thank you very much. And now I would like to have the opinion of the committee, the chair.
La Commission est contre à une large majorité.
So, with the advice of the committee to be against with a large majority, I will open the vote on the amendment number 25. So that means that I will close the vote now and call for the results. There is a vote in favor 16, 68 against, and 10 abstentions, but there is a 2/3 majority required. I see, I'm right? Yeah. No? The amendment is rejected, but there is also a 2/3 vote required for the draft recommendation, not for this amendment. So I would like to open the vote on the draft recommendation. Vote is open. I will close the vote and ask for the result. The result, 75 in favor, 19 against, and 2 abstentions. I would like to congratulate rapporteur, committee, and all those who worked on this report with this good report, and it's nice that we could debate it in such good circumstances. Thanks a lot. Then,
Ladies and gentlemen, let's move swiftly to the next item. That's the last item of the first day of our assembly this week. And I must say, really, that honestly, that I don't envy, I only feel strong solidarity with my colleague Ria concerning the last session, last item, let's put in those terms. Ria, thanks very much for your guidance of the meeting. We are actually 1 hour late, exactly 1 hour late. Point of order from the beginning. It starts also difficult this session. Order, please.
Dear Chairman, thank you very much. I have a point of order. During the voting for the objection of the chairperson of the Ukrainian delegation on rejection of Ukrainian list of judges, my vote was not counted due to the technical problem. My vote was in favor. Thank you very much.
Okay, we put that on the minutes, and that's there. We cannot change, obviously, the results. Now we move to the next item on our agenda, and I'm sure, although we are 1 hour late, that looking at the issue itself and also looking at the list of amendments, I hope that this will be very swiftly and easily done. That's my hope, anyhow. The issue is about scope of the parliamentary immunities of the members of our assembly. That actually is our issue itself. We are now creating the guidelines, and I know that the Committee of Rules of Procedure have asked Mr. Tini Cox to make a report, and you have made Tini, and let's now quickly do it so that you have now 7 minutes to introduce the item and then 3 minutes later on to respond, and then we go, the procedures are the normal. I don't repeat them in order to save time. So Tini, the word is now yours.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. May I first thank the Rules Committee for granting me the honour to draft this resolution on guidelines on the scope of the parliamentary immunities enjoyed by all members of the Parliamentary Assembly. And may I thank as well the Secretariat of the Rules Committee, and in particular Madam Katrina Gajewska, for the support I received when delivering this resolution. I learned that Katrina is now recovering from illness, so I wish her well. Mr. President, although all members of our Assembly benefit, in addition to different national regimes, from a very special supranational regime of parliamentary immunity guaranteed by the Statute of the Council of Europe, the vast majority of our members are unaware of this most important protection regime. This was shown in the survey which we organised in the cadre of this report. With this resolution and report, the Rules Committee hopes to increase the awareness amongst Assembly members and in the national parliaments about these most important binding rules on immunity, which were created in order to protect this Assembly in its proper functioning. When this Assembly was created in 1949, Mr. President, the Founding Fathers deemed it necessary to protect it against undue external influence and the threats to its autonomy, and for good reasons, as the Assembly functions as the political engine of the whole organisation, is often the starting point for new conventions, and is entitled to elect all 47 judges of the European Court of Human Rights, the Human Rights Commissioner, the Secretary General, Deputy Secretary General of the organisation, its own President, Secretary General and Deputy SG, as well as its committee chairs and its Assembly rapporteurs. Therefore, the Statute of the Council of Europe, binding law for all member states, stipulates in its Article 40 immunity for all representatives to the Assembly from arrest and all legal proceedings in the territories of all members in respect of words spoken and votes cast in the debates of the Assembly or its committees or commissions. End of quote. Mr. President, this protection of Assembly members was further developed in the Council of Europe's General Agreement on Privileges and Immunities. This agreement states in its Article 14 that, and I quote, representatives and their substitutes shall be immune from all official interrogation and from arrest and all legal proceedings in respect of words spoken or votes cast by them in the exercise of their functions. End of quote. This immunity given by Article 14 is absolute, permanent and perpetual in nature. It continues to apply after the end of a member's mandate, and it cannot be waived neither by the Parliamentary Assembly nor the national parliament. None of us can ever be prosecuted for whatever opinion or whatever vote cast here. Looking to some very worrying developments in some member states, I want to underline that the case law of the European Court of Human Rights is crystal clear in this respect. No member state is entitled to prosecute a member of its national parliament who is or has been a member of this Assembly for words spoken or votes cast. Mr. President, another immunity is stipulated in Article 15 of the General Agreement on Privileges and Immunities. This article protects a member from the Assembly for undue pressure which could be exercised against him or her in respect of acts which do not constitute a part of typical parliamentary activities but are essential for doing the job. This immunity of Article 15 is not absolute. It can be waived by the Parliamentary Assembly at the request of the competent authority of the member state concerned. However, as long as this immunity is not waived, a member enjoys full protection against interrogation, arrest and imprisonment in its own and in any other member state. Even if the national immunity is waived by the national parliament, the supranational immunity is still there to protect any assembly member. A member should not be hindered to do his or her work in a proper way. Access should be granted to the meeting places of our assembly here in Strasbourg or in Paris or wherever the assembly or its committees decide to meet. There have been several disputes on this, but in the end, this part of the immunity is generally respected. In order to ensure that there will not be any misunderstanding, the Rules Committee unanimously agreed to formulate in this resolution, as from now, clear guidelines on the scope of our parliamentary immunities. When adopting this resolution, these guidelines will be appended to our rules of procedure as a complementary text, all in line with the statute and the general agreements on privileges and immunities. Although most members, according to our survey, can do their work in an appropriate way and are not hindered in exercising their membership, some of us are hindered, sometimes incidentally, sometimes frequently. Therefore, the resolution underlines that not allowing a member to do his or her job is a violation of the statute and the general agreement on privileges and priorities. I urge, therefore, all authorities in all member states to fully respect these international binding rules in order to avoid any conflict in the interpretation and application of the provisions of the statute and the general agreement. The relevant Council of Europe bodies and national jurisdiction must cooperate, as is now stipulated in the new guidelines. Mr. President, most authorities fortunately do respect these rules. Most of our members can freely travel to and from Strasbourg and participate in Assembly's activities, such as election observations, committee meetings outside Strasbourg, and to do their work as Assembly rapporteurs. But some of our colleagues do meet undue obstructions. After adopting this resolution and introducing clear guidelines on the scope of the existing immunities for our members, every national authority has no reason whatsoever not to act in line with these guidelines. Mr. President, immunity does not mean impunity. That is also clarified in the new guidelines. Speaking and voting is absolutely protected, but misusing the Assembly's structures for acts of corruption is clearly not covered by the immunity. The resolution says that immunity does not cover an inquiry into bribery-related offences, for example, offering or requesting undue advantages in return for certain voting behaviour, given that those offences do not pertain to opinions expressed or votes cast. With the inclusion of paragraph 16.8 in the new guidelines, the Assembly positively answers to the earlier request of GRECO, the Group of States Against Corruption, and of the independent investigation body on the allegations of corruption within the Parliamentary Assembly. Finally, Mr. President, I hope the Assembly will now follow the unanimous advice of the Rules Committee when voting on the resolution, but of course, first I'm open to any comment to the proposed guidelines. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Tini. Your statement was very clear, well argued. Only problem was that it was a bit long, so it means that at the end you have actually only 2 minutes. But that's fine. Now let's go to the speakers list and we start the debate. And we start with the spokespersons for the political groups. And the first one in my list is Madam Yulia Lovoshkina from Ukraine, representing Socialist Group. Yulia, are you there? You are there. Please, the floor is yours.
Mr. President, dear colleagues, I would like to express my sincere gratitude to Rapporteur, Mr. Tini Cox, who presented a comprehensive overview of the scope of rights and privileges enshrined in a basic Council of Europe documents related to the issue of the parliamentary immunity. Immunity rules, both at the national and international levels, are closely linked to the democratic architecture, the separation of powers, the concept of representation, and the rule of law and fundamental rights. There are different national regimes of parliamentary immunity in different countries, both in Europe and worldwide. There is also a great variety of how these rules are applied in different states. Although there is no unified model of parliamentary immunity, the core idea of that The elected representatives of the people need a certain system of guarantees in order to effectively fulfill their mandate without fear of political persecution and harassment from the political opponents. It is a parliamentary opposition that might be in danger of undue pressure and persecution, and which is indeed of a special protection. In this respect, parliamentary immunity regulation represents a principal guarantee for political minority, and we've witnessed that in this assembly on many occasions. Due to the complexity of the issue and the diverse traditions, it is hardly time for universal blueprint for parliamentary immunity. At the same time, summarizing and reassessment of the Council of Europe legal framework and practice kindly provided by Mr. Tini Cox will give a strong impetus for better legal understanding of the function and purpose of the immunity, and will contribute to the critical review at the national level as well, I believe. I hope that standards of the Council of Europe will serve as a source of inspiration for the member states in order to strengthen democratic legitimacy and transparency, as well to prevent misuse of immunity. Thank you for your attention.
Thanks very much. And next one is, the next group is EPP, Vladimir Vadanian from Armenia. Vladimir, where are you?
I'm here. Thank you, Mr. Chair. First of all, I would like to express the words of gratitude to Tini for a very important report. I would like just to start my speech with a very interesting fact. When UN International Law Commission started to codify the diplomatic immunities, there was a huge opposition because diplomats thought that it would make diplomatic law non-flexible. But in general, we came to this direction, and we have now diplomatic law, and especially the parts of international immunities and privilege as codified. Ladies and gentlemen, immunities is not provided for members of the Parliamentary Assembly for personal benefits. They are necessary for normal functioning of our organization. And in any case, they should be respected both on national and international level. What does it mean? Not only the international organization, but also member states should respect the diplomatic immunities of the members of our organization. Immunities are not absolute. They cannot be considered as indulgence. They cannot be considered as something pardoning, especially pardoning commitment of crimes, especially crimes interconnected with the corruption. Unfortunately, very often we see the cases of misuse of diplomatic immunities. It's quite important to mention also that when we are speaking about diplomatic immunities, we should know that they should correspond to the general idea of the rule of law, both in international and national level. Taking note that in international and in national level, the understanding of the rule of law should be corresponding to the international standards. Ladies and gentlemen, when we are speaking about immunities, we shouldn't forget also about another part of diplomatic status or international status of our colleagues. We shouldn't forget about privileges. These privileges are also part of our life, and they are not for personal benefits, but for making our work possible and easier. Unfortunately, due to the COVID and due to using of this hybrid format, we, the different members from different countries, not in the same situation from the perspective of immunities and privileges. It is not normal, taking into account that somehow international organizations acting as extraterritorial units, and we shouldn't go after this or that country legislation. We should base our activity on the general agreements which gave to this organization certain immunities and certain privileges which should be respected. Thank you once again for this important report.
Thanks very much, ladies and gentlemen. The guidelines I have been given for this meeting tells that 9:20 we should stop the speakers list. I will not do it now anyhow, because we are still actually having absolutely those group spokespersons to speak. Let's see where we are after that moment. Now it's a group of ALDE. Claude Kern, s'il vous plaît.
Merci, Monsieur le Président. Mes chers collègues, au nom du groupe ALDE et en mon nom, je tiens tout d'abord à féliciter notre collègue Tini Cox pour ce rapport qui rappelle que les immunités parlementaires sont des dispositions prévues pour garantir le bon fonctionnement de la démocratie et non pour conférer un quelconque privilège aux parlementaires. Je suis donc favorable à ce projet de résolution qui vise à garantir une application cohérente du régime des immunités. Tout d'abord, il faut bien rappeler que le régime des immunités vise à protéger le parlementaire dans l'exercice de son mandat et à toutes fins utiles. Je rappelle que le rôle d'un parlementaire est de voter la loi et de contrôler l'action du gouvernement dans l'intérêt général. Compte tenu des enjeux politiques et économiques de leur action, ils peuvent être soumis à différentes pressions. C'est donc pour protéger les parlementaires de ces pressions et ainsi garantir leur indépendance que ce régime des immunités existe. Dès lors, aucun parlementaire ne peut être poursuivi pour les opinions et votes émis dans l'exercice de son mandat, et ce, sur les territoires de tous les États membres. De même, un État membre ne peut refuser l'accès à son territoire à un membre de notre Assemblée qui aurait dénoncé certains manquements dans la mise en œuvre des principes que soutient notre organisation. Dans sa résolution de 2016 sur les sanctions prises à l'encontre des parlementaires, notre Assemblée rappelait son attachement à la liberté de déplacement sans restriction de ses membres, comme le prévoit expressément l'accord général sur les privilèges et immunités de 1949. Le président Dems a dû le rappeler tout récemment à la Russie, qui avait voulu déclarer notre collègue Jacques Maire persona non grata. Il est du devoir de chaque État membre de respecter les engagements contractés lors de la signature de cet accord. Pour autant, les propos injurieux n'ont pas leur place au sein de notre Assemblée et il est nécessaire que chacun se discipline. Dans le cas contraire, il appartient à l'Assemblée, sur proposition de son président, de prononcer des sanctions comme le prévoit l'article 22 de notre règlement. Enfin, l'inviolabilité a pour but de protéger les parlementaires faisant l'objet d'accusations trafiquées en vue de les démettre de leurs fonctions. Les mesures restrictives de liberté ne peuvent être prononcées à l'encontre d'un parlementaire pour des faits ne relevant pas de leur activité d'élu qu'après une levée de leur immunité dans les conditions prévues par l'article 73 de notre règlement. Toutefois, l'article 15 de l'accord général sur les immunités et privilèges prévoit que sur leur territoire national, les membres de l'Assemblée bénéficient des immunités reconnues aux membres du Parlement de leur pays. Cette disposition peut donc créer des inégalités dans la protection dont bénéficient les parlementaires. Il est donc nécessaire d'interpréter la protection accordée par l'article 15 aux membres de notre Assemblée de manière la plus extensive possible afin de garantir une protection minimale en l'absence de dispositions pertinentes sur l'inviolabilité dans le droit interne de leur pays.
Merci beaucoup. And the next one is EC Group, Mr. Kamal Jafarov from Azerbaijan. Kamal, still, please.
Yes, now. Thank you very much, Mr. President. I personally thank the Mr. Rapporteur Tini Cox for this excellent report. And transparency and accountability are the cornerstone of not only this Parliament, this democratic institution, but all parliaments. Furthermore, the fight against corruption remains not only the cornerstone of the rule of law, but also a key component of the GNU democracy. Because perception of corruption negatively affects voter turnout and the credibility of democratic institutions. And parliaments should always promote integrity and transparency in public life at all levels. Ensure full cooperation with GRECO and Moneyval and implement the recommendations without further delay. I am very glad to announce that according to the findings of GRECO, 42 member states has partially or fully implemented 70% of recommendations regarding the prevention of corruption in respect of MPs. It means that these countries have solid institutional and legal framework in prevention of corruption in respect of MPs. At the same time, it's also important to have effective protection for our institution and members, especially in the light of new political risks. Of course, a twofold immunity regime has its own strengths and weakness in different stations, because some countries provide broader protection for MPs, while some do not. And the unique importance of this report is that it highlights the unified approach, taking into account internal practices. Even though these guidelines do not create new rights and privilege, but this report successfully clarifies existing rules and sets criteria on the scope of parliamentary immunities enjoyed by the members of this assembly. Therefore, as a group, we fully support this report. Furthermore, we are in belief that this report will allow more visibility to assembly members as to the privileges and immunities they enjoy. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. And the last speaker as a spokesperson of the group is United European Left, Mrs. Laura Castel from Spain, please.
Thank you, Chair. Colleagues, this is an important report that Mr. Cox has presented that will surpass the scope of base parliamentarians' rights. We already have debated some cases in detail, like Catalonia, Spain and Turkey, but there's a broader tendency in Council of Europe territories to undermine the rights of parliamentarians to represent people. This is an authoritarian rule spreading across and is necessary to set standards throughout member states. So, a valuable tool for our colleagues here, but also a code for how immunities should be applied at national level. This report highlights the main elements leading to an abuse of a waiver of immunity. A request for a waiver, as Mr. Cox's report rightly states, should be a serious one. And when a waiver is asked, the Assembly should look at the political and legal context, because could show a possible political motivation behind the legal proceedings and analyze whether the procedure is disproportional. It is necessary that safeguards are applied to avoid damaging a politician's activity, nor limit or pressure by sanctioning the opinion. When it comes to parliamentary debate, as the European Court has already ruled, the only limitation is that it should not constitute hate speech or incite violence. Allowing national courts to entirely decide on absolute immunity can use to attack political opponents and create a confusion of powers and restrict political pluralism for political motivations. A second layer of safeguard to double-check this decision would give additional protection if the other court, be the European Parliament or in the base, would look closely against its protocols. The case of the recent detention of Catalan President Carles Puigdemont is an example of the importance of drawing clear guidelines and safeguards for members of parliaments. This has showed a total lack of consented European framework and lead in illegal detention in European soil, breaching fundamental rights. In Turkey, a massive number of parliamentarians' immunity has been lifted. The HDP's co-chairs and many other MPs are still behind bars, despite repeated calls by the Committee of Ministers for the release. The lifting of immunities of HDP parliamentarians has been condemned by the Venice Commission and the Commissioner for Human Rights, and ruled against by the European Court of Human Rights in the case of former PACE member Ms. Phyllis Kerestesiou. We should not allow a waiver of immunity be applied for political purposes, not in national courts, not in European institutions, and nor when the legal proceeding behind the waiver stemmed from political speech and activities. Thank you, Rapporteur, for your work and for this excellent report. Thank you.
Thank you very much indeed. Dear colleagues, I'm very sorry. I am very sorry. We are already over time. We should finish the meeting now. I cannot actually open the speakers list at all. There are actually 8 requests, and I cannot start, let's say, having 3 or 4, because then I'm against all of them. So sorry, the debate is now closed, and we will move to the end part of the debate. First, the rapporteur. Thanks for your report, Tini. You have 2 minutes.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. And indeed, it is a pity that we are not able to have a full-fledged debate. I thank the speakers on behalf of the political groups, but the others who had registered to take part should have been entitled. But there is no room for you to maneuver, so I accept this decision. I think in general it is clear the Assembly underlines this report, this resolution, the importance of immunity for us as members. Indeed, as it was said, it is not a personal gift to us, it is to protect the institution. We can only function if words spoken, votes cast are protected and cannot be used against you. That is more important, I think, than ever. Perhaps some decades ago, some years ago, there was not so much pressure on this organization, but now many of us see that there is pressure, and many examples were mentioned of people at home who lose their immunity, and they then depend on our immunity not to end up in jail, not to end up in trial. I think we agree on that, and on the other hand, we agree that immunity does not mean impunity. Those who try to use this organization to seek shelter for misdoings of themselves cannot say that that we should protect them for their votes cast or their words spoken, because the corruption has nothing to do with that and should be investigated, as our investigative body also has stipulated, and the Greco has asked as well. In the committee, in the end, we had a unanimous support for this new guidelines. As it was properly said, these are not new rights, no new rules, but we bring it together so that everybody can really know what protection is given to each and every member of this Assembly. Thank you very much. Thanks,
Tini, to agreeing also my stopping the debate. The question is not only that we do have commitments ourselves as members of the Assembly, but I'm more looking about the staff and interpreters who are now actually already over time, so that was no way of continuing debate. The last words in terms of debate I obviously give to the committee chairperson. If you would like to say a few words, 3 minutes, please.
Yes, thank you, President, and a few words. And dear colleagues, first of all, let me warmly thank our rapporteur, Tini Cox, for his work and in preparing this report. What may seem at first glance to be a rather technical report is actually an extremely important subject for our work as parliamentarians in an international Parliamentary Assembly. The matter is not an academic exercise. It conveys protection to members of the Assembly when they are acting as such, in order to enable them to perform their duties, our duties. And the protection that a functioning system of immunities confer should not be underestimated. And hence, the Committee on Rules of Procedure, Immunities and Institutional Affairs regularly review the mechanism for the protection of its members. This is all the more relevant view of new political risks, even more so members of the opposition, as was rightly pointed out during the debate. Our rapporteur has mentioned it. The foundation of our 70-year-old system for immunities is strong, solid, and still valid. It is nevertheless necessary, and I think we have experienced that, from time to time to adapt it to take into account new realities of the Assembly's members' work. This is our endeavour with this report. The committee thought to ensure the most effective protection of the Assembly members and at the same time to avoid abuses. The proposed guidelines on the scope of the parliamentary immunities enjoyed by members of the Parliamentary Assembly will, President, clarify the application of the existing rules in the Statute of the Council of Europe, the General Agreement on Privileges and Immunities of the Council of Europe, and the Protocol thereto. On behalf of the committee president, I invite you to support the draft resolution, and again, thanks to the rapporteur, Mr. Cox, and also to all the help from the Secretariat. Thank you.
Thanks, Inger. Now we are moving to the decision-making side of the meeting. The committee has presented a draft resolution on the item, as you know, and good luck for us, timing-wise also, good luck. No amendments have been made, so we seem to be unanimous in terms of the report itself and obviously the issue itself. It actually emphasizes its significance, that we can really unanimously agree, all groups and all members here, on the draft resolution. A simple majority is required, and I declare the vote now open for the whole draft resolution. We are closing. We wait a little bit because we have also those people in distance voting. So vote is now closed, and the result. Oh, very clearly adopted. 47 for, 1 against, 9 abstentions. Item is closed. Congratulations for the rapporteur, for the committee. This item is closed. We say that the assembly is today also closed, and we will have the next meeting, following meeting tomorrow morning at 10 o'clock. We will resume them back. Nice evening for everybody.